What the fuck? Why the fuck did it throw me over here? What the fuck? I'll take it, but... Another failure.
Indeed. I shall see you soon then.
I don't wish to be seen entering with you. Give it a second.
This is my sister Bori. My other brother got caught up with work.
Lovely to meet you.
See.
Aaron.
Greetings. Name's Daniel.
Hello.
Nice
Be
to
more
meet you.
friendly than that. Aren't you like a noble or some shit? Be like nicer about it. You know, uptight. Not uptight, actually, opposite of that. Polite. You don't smile. Over that.
I don't know why you expected that to work at all.
Gonna meet Blitz's family?
I suppose.
Suppose. God, it's like I'm bending your arm behind your back and forcing you to eat rotten food. God damn.
That's not too far off
Even
from how
my
you've been
daughter.
acting this week.
Listen, it's not my fault. It's a big deal. It's not every day I get to be like, oh yes, this is my family, the most important people to me ever. Plus, you know how some of the students kind of act.
You won my
Yes. However, you were badgering me about being on my best behavior for days.
Well, listen, it's because you and Europa share the same dorm as me, and I know at least if you're behaving well, you'll make sure everyone else also behaves well. I want a repeat of last time. Not from you, but you know.
Yeah.
What was last
Gonna meet
time?
other people?
What are you referring to?
Sure.
Okay, come here.
That one back there. The whole Leppy situation.
Europa.
He thinks with the wrong head. Last time I interacted with him.
Okay.
What do you mean, Leppy situation?
That one.
What are you
So
talking
when
about?
every time I went to talk to Leppy, he was just trying to shoot a shot. It was in Israel, during the tournament, after the tournament. That's what I mean. Some people a bit, you know.
Right.
Exactly. Anyways, we should
So
get to
hi,
minutes.
I'm Borealis. Lovely to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. I'm Irenaeus Pelham of Serenity.
Thank you for looking after my little brother. I know he can be a little bit of a handful.
He tries.
Alright, he's in the
Better a
same house
handful
as
than a
me.
mouthful.
Exactly. And I'm on the bestest of behaviors. Our mission went well, did it not?
It did.
Hmm?
I'm confused about the noises I'm hearing from that direction.
I know, just don't worry about it. I also heard it, and I just couldn't pretend I didn't. Shit's haunted. I should have mentioned that in the letters. I forgot to mention that in the letters. Shit's a little haunted.
Oh, is that
Just
all?
a smidge.
Okay.
I just thought, you know.
Yes, our mission did go well.
Did.
You
And
did
our
set
next
home
one
a
will go
long
equally
point.
better.
It did. It will, especially because we did split up a little bit more of our people, so hopefully we'd have a repeat of the second half, making the same mistakes as last time. Because that was a nightmare. At least for their side, not ours. But
From the
Sadie,
descriptions
you should
I've
come
heard
with
of
my
it,
family.
yes.
Ah, this
I'm
is
gonna
your
run
friend
this way
Sadie.
instead.
no, don't you run away. Don't you run away. Come back
kidding.
and be nice.
I'm kidding. It's fine.
Good.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Borealis. His older sister.
Sabriel. Nice to meet you.
Ball tag champion.
What?
What?
Right, you've mentioned
Me
that
and
several
Menace might have
times.
told people about your championship.
And
you know,
10 to all
introduced
students
to people
and
of
new
fun
students.
sport back
Don't
at
be
home.
afraid. Yes, I can do this. Yes, I will continue doing
How
this.
did that come
Anyway,
up?
morning announcements will begin in roughly 2
So
minutes. So if
Menace
you're not
started
in
roughhousing
the
with
announcement
Narco,
hall, start
and
making
one thing
way,
led to
your way
another, and I
there.
brought it up, and then they started playing ball tag.
I'm going to need to know how he just did that. That was not a sending stone.
I assume something in the
What?
building? Or in the dome itself?
Haunted.
Did you just hear the announcement?
No, I did not.
Might be through the sending.
I didn't
a
either.
little-
I was gonna say, it might be the
Bullshit.
pins.
I was over there and I didn't
Wait,
hear
one
it, I think.
second.
Oh, wait.
I hope it's not
Something,
that.
something,
What
don't
was
mind
the-
new students, old students.
I'm not fond that he has that
Hi,
capability,
Kokiri.
although I'm not
Bori,
surprised.
Bori, come here.
Oh, this must be Kokiri. For... I'm Borealis, Mao's sister, or Blitz's sister. Lovely to meet you.
Borealis.
Meet Sabriel.
You keep smacking your head on that sword. You should not do that.
You should really do
Nice to
that.
meet you.
Honestly,
Yeah.
all you
Jonas
do is
Jensen.
back a knee. Just go for a
Sabriel.
cheek like that, like a cheek.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
It's quite the experience.
And you are Irenaeus, if I remember correctly from them saying earlier.
Yes,
Jonas.
I don't shake.
I try to help you, Menace. On your own.
Noted.
Huh?
Not everyone does.
What happened?
I tried
Not
helping you
much
by
like
going for
Neptune.
this stupid leg, but it's
Well,
too
I'm gonna let you
annoying
guys
to
talk.
this-
I'm gonna go get
Not
annoying
quite as
announcements so at
much.
least one of us has it.
Grandeur.
I'll
No,
let you know.
that's a good point. I will be back.
Lucky too.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do it.
You can stay if you'd like.
Any friend of Blitz's is welcome to stay with us.
Exactly. So far, everything hasn't gone on fire yet.
I'm messing with you. It's really easy. I keep telling you this is really easy.
You are so.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
The,
I'm
annou-
sorry.
the announcements haven't started.
Now.
Okay.
Good.
That's too far.
Just I haven't missed anything.
I'm gonna sit to your left because you are tall.
It doesn't happen that we can't see
Okay.
how it is. I can
whatever.
always see kind of like half of it.
I guess I can't deny it. I can't even. Yeah, I can't even deny that.
That definitely doesn't help.
Oh, those really are pretty rings.
I'm really surprised people are still genuinely scared of Ironwood. He's also mellowed out a lot ever since the first year.
Sure, but we already seen him have outbursts already himself.
Hey, he hasn't put
Would you
any
like some
student in a
fruit?
hole in the ground.
It's really
this year.
good.
That's an improvement.
I would.
I don't think he wants any
I seem to think you're right.
No, that's incorrect.
Wait,
Thank
did
you,
he
though.
put him in the ground last week?
Are you
Well,
ready?
you only did. I don't know.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This one's gonna be a quick one.
I don't remember him getting put in the.
As last week we're letting most students rest. This week, as I believe, or I hope most of your head professors have already informed you, we will begin training for the upcoming conflicts that will be happening most likely, less than a month. Today, we'll be conducting spars against students, spars against the giant constructs, the simulacra versions I made, because as we do not know what kind of cultures will be, we can at least guarantee that this one that gets summoned randomly will most likely be there, and it's one of their tough units. Also, I believe Fontaine will also be doing some sparring testing with a few of his knight constructs in order to do the endurance of that. Besides that, most of the day is just training, no real classes for today. Prepare yourself, pace yourself, and also, if one of your professors have deemed you to not spar for day, to rest, or for whatever reason, please do listen to them. And Valkyrie, you'll probably have more than a few students to practice on today.
Noted.
That is all.
Duly noted.
I still don't know if I find it funny or kind of sad that in the first year during that mission, when Fontaine tried to send in his armor to help us, everyone immediately dogpiled on him. Which, to be fair, he probably should have been a bit
It's literally just pitch black.
I'm Daniel just said.
It's like candy.
Why you ruined good to meet you. Which house are you in?
Well, if I tried to eat it like normal, like
Seems the schedule for the day is quite simple.
I'm sure we'll learn plenty about
At least from majority of the people.
It does sound simple.
Well, I suppose it's gonna be a good opportunity for us. Being able to probably get a slight insight on some of the new ones.
I know we can train again this week.
As long as they're not also trying to include us in those.
Back in the day.
I forget what he's
That will actually hurt us being able to do analysis.
I specialize. My hands are where they
Yeah.
are. But, you know, it's always an offer.
Oh.
Let's finish the tour.
Okay, that's
Essentially
Sparring.
a training day.
Sparring and more sparring. Sparring against cultist simulacrums, sparring against Fontaine's knights, sparring against each other. Simply just fight.
probably for today and tomorrow.
Where did he go?
Okay.
Medical leave. I'm allowed to fight now.
Fair.
That's understandable.
Tour? You will have more than plenty of opportunities today.
We don't really have to go to.
By the way, any
We don't have
news?
to get food, but we can just do.
Fun fact about that, yeah. We actually should have a
Sorry,
talk.
running.
I did a little
Off he goes.
digging for that one on you, for Israel.
Wonderful.
Arm strength.
All information is going to be needed after all.
Of course.
Yes, that information will be vital.
Water system. Yeah. This is gonna be my last trip though. We're not allowed to go see Israel again after this week. So it's unfortunate. I got what I could.
Still, that we can get some insight of it is wonderful. So, should we go and have the discussion right now, or how would you like to?
I have nothing. Yeah, I'm lead the way then.
The cavalry room could suffice.
The
so we
cavalry
don't
room.
get disturbed.
Sure.
Then I assume we're all going to be filtering our way to the training arena.
I guess so.
More than likely.
Bye, Sabe.
Oh. Actually, give me a moment.
What?
Mr. Mao.
Yeah, sorry, I'm dealing with a medical thing right now.
Yes, you can continue on. I can open it for you.
Okay.
Well, were you informed of our meeting?
When is your meeting, the Centurion? I will pass it along.
In about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Understood.
Thank you.
By the way, Wilhelm, Sovereign is attempting to pass a message on to you, but I believe you had already entered the next room. Centurion, I believe, is having a meeting in 10 minutes. I assume in your Centurion room.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'm unsure if it's in a different location.
Unlock the door.
Or should there be a voice message or something? So yelling at me.
Hmm?
Yeah, Cell just caught up to me, and now it's filling him in. Let me comprise my notes real quickly.
Let's see then what information you have to bring us.
It's not too much, it's... nothing too crazy.
Well, I would be surprised if you had a whole bunch, truth be told.
Well, I mean, I could tell you about how the council's doing and how I think and how one of the council members, well, injured Mika. That's what you want to know. Which, I'll deal with myself when I get the time.
Oh, you'll see Trickster later today, most likely.
Pretty much, to answer the question we had about the water situation, about the reservoir being poisoned, or berserkered, as Kokiri put it, from what I saw when I went down, because I actually got hands-on access thanks to Pawpaw, it looks fine, and plus the filtration goes off every couple minutes, so it'd be quite, well, impossible for a berserk thing to get past through the water systems, to my knowledge. So, I don't think we need to worry about that, because I remember you guys were talking about that last time.
Is there anywhere where something can be injected into the water streams beyond the filtration stations? Before it's distributed?
Not that I know of. Most of that's all fully enclosed under pipes and metal. So, if you had to, you had to go through walls if possible, but I would say a hard no.
Hmm. And it's not possible that it's part of the filtration process?
It wouldn't be possible, and that's placed monitored 24/7, and the guards are rotated out, so... Plus it's also automated, but... To my knowledge, it's safe and sound, unless someone actually drank the sewer water, then maybe, but... I don't think anyone's gonna drink sewer water.
It's possible.
Said,
It's definitely plausible considering people tends to surprise us one way or another.
Also, you can assume that our enemies over in Israel can have unlimited authority.
Yeah, that's not... It hasn't left my mind. It's more the fact that I think it's...
Guards and being monitored basically means nothing because they could easily show up as someone who's supposed to be there, checking on it.
But from
The
what
biggest
I can
thing.
tell, it's to even access it, it would be a task way longer than anything would allow, in short.
To even modify the current filtration process, there's no easy way to, I guess,
You would need
maintenance
hours
it?
at least.
Hours.
Yeah. Hours, maybe days, but from what I could tell, it hasn't been touched since, I don't know, last year or anything. I haven't seen anything weird with it.
Well,
That's good news, I suppose.
I don't believe the doppelganger actually has that kind of patience or know-how.
Yeah. You would need to be someone very smart for that system. I still don't fully understand it.
I wouldn't assume that they don't have patience due to their profession, but there's different types of patience.
Of course. Moving on from there, besides the, well, I guess the investigation from last week, it still continued this week going forth. They're pulling cultists out slowly slowly, not effective, but they are starting to pull some people out of the lower city and actually locking them up at least. The bodies, though, are still piling up by the day. So, we need to do something faster, I guess.
That also begs a question. You're saying that they're managing to pull out some cultists and lock them up.
Yeah.
Were they then found dead like a day after or so? Considering I remember that was being an
Not
issue.
too sure. I don't have jurisdiction to go to the prison block.
If they aren't being killed after being captured, considering, again, doppelganger with all levels of authority, generally that means one of two things. Either they don't have any information that they're worried about, or they can't actually get to them.
That's plausible.
However, that also assumes that they know everything that these cultists know. It's very possible these cultists know things that the higher-ups wouldn't have expected.
Yeah.
So they may still be valuable.
It could be valuable, but I'm not too sure exactly what's happening with these cultists that are being captured or killed. I'm not too sure. When I was passing through, wasn't allowed too close to them, but I could see corpses of victims and some of the cultists being pulled out. That's about it. Besides that, for in Israel, things are still kind of shaky. The council is all over the place. Not able to keep their cool. They're not composed. They're breaking down from inside to their city, I guess. There's internal fighting, it looks like, but they're managing for now, but I don't think we can give them too much time until it collapses in this chaos.
Which is due to the fact that they set themselves up very poorly.
A little bit, yeah.
I was asking questions earlier about why do they not have people under them that they can delegate part of their authority and responsibilities to? Why are each of them personally responsible for multiple things and they're the only ones that can possibly do it, and have no one under them that's trusted or even has a smidgen of the authority needed to also help?
That's true. The only ones who I know who have families and, I guess, workers under them would be Mika and Wilfram. They both have squads that they've been sending around the city to clean up and give medical care. But they get missing rapidly by the minute. The cultists seem to be, the minute a squad gets deployed, they just go missing and never come back.
For Mika,
going wrong.
I understand that she's the only one that can actually do the procedures. That's a skill check, I suppose, threshold. However, the things that are not the procedures that are taking from her time, such as, I believe she's responsible somewhat for certain areas of the second layer that only she has the authority to investigate. Am I misremembering some of the details?
No, she doesn't have jurisdiction for the the second half. That would be Dolus.
That's Wolfram. Oh, Dolus? I thought it was some kind of Wolfram.
Wolfram's all the military might and, well, stuff like that.
My point
The council
is that the fact that she does not have someone underneath her that can act in her stead is why the council is failing.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. That's for sure.
I don't understand why they set it up this way. Even warlords of distant pasts had lieutenants.
I can't help not to kind of take the blame since I was her assistant and, well, left.
No, the blame is still on her that another was not taken for your spot.
That is true. I did tell them to pick someone close, but they're, in the best terms, dumb in the way of they don't want to have a second, I guess.
That is dumb.
I don't know. Yeah.
Unless they're a species capable of not falling apart due to exhaustion, then they need
No, they
help.
definitely are exhausted. Yeah.
And foremost, it is their own fault.
I can't help but agree. I've already talked to them about this too.
Also, from the information that was gained previously, the exhaustion is taking the toll, and I'm gonna be all honest. I will not be surprised if the council will actually start dropping dead from pure exhaustion.
I wouldn't be surprised either, I'll be honest.
At this point,
to the grave.
At this point, the cultists don't even need to really do anything. In less than a month, the council will fall apart. At their current pace, from everything that I've heard.
From what I've seen, they're not managing themselves very well. 100%.
If they fall apart, there's nothing that will stop the cultists whatsoever. So whatever they want Israel for, they will have it.
Technology versus probably. I don't know, it's a flying city. That itself is probably.
It's possible they want to sink it just to have the accolade of doing so. It's possible they want to drain it dry and drop it out of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, there could be any reason. We don't know exactly the reason behind the Israel part yet, but I agree with you.
It's frustrating that it's come to this.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It really has.
Especially because now, due to that frailty, the time pressure is now on us to solve the situation before they fall apart.
Yeah, can't help but agree. There's definitely some build up right now, I'll say.
I understand our authority.
This issue is deep rooted.
Yes, I understand our authority and our responsibilities. However, I don't believe keeping countries alive is really our foremost function.
No, but it is to uphold the peace and stuff.
Yes.
Oh.
However, the government of that should at least be resilient. Oh, apologies. Has your Centurion meeting started?
Yes.
I think we've covered everything. Unless there's any small bits of information you'd like to give us.
No, that's pretty much it. I can drop a notebook.
Yes, I was going to say, if you're having an important discussion with Mr. Wilhelm, feel free to wrap up the conversation, but just letting you know that it is going to be starting. I'm having Mr. Buell and right now Mrs. Stone lead the meeting since, well, they were on the mission primarily and, well...
We just finished with him. He's yours.
Oh, bring me away. I'll get over to them.
Anyway, in any case...
Unless there's anything you want to ask next.
Momentarily as I need to assist with
Not
something in the
really.
vanguard room.
Understood. I'll talk to you two later, and I'll leave a journal with one of you by the end of the day. That's pretty much all my notes, though. If you need anything else,
That would be
let me know.
appreciated.
It would. Thank you for the information, Willem.
Of course. See you at the training grounds.
Yes. See you there after your meeting.
Well then, at the very least now we know that we don't need to worry about Kokery's concern.
About the water.
Yes.
Yes. It's good to know that's less of a concern than was previously thought. Reed, have you selected your team yet?
I just picked up Buell over the week.
And he was your last missing member?
I left it to a list of options that I'm gonna narrow it down today.
Understood. Please keep me updated on
Options
that.
include Gio and Yasashi. And of course, our latest addition to Calvary.
Yes, Saran. That and Haesong.
There is a concern that I have about this mission, though.
What is it?
Go right ahead.
If we're going into somewhat of a close quarters mission, shouldn't we be extra prepared with certain things like potions of the sort, such as like fire resistance?
Why do you say fire resistance in particular? Or is that just an example?
An example, but also prior to our last mission, there was some cultists that used fire. There's a chance that there could be cultists that use the same element against us.
As far as I
They could be
recall,
in close quarters, so they have an extra. They could be more dangerous than normally.
as far as I recall, there are pockets of incredibly flammable gas in the second layer of Israel.
Indeed.
Which can lead to explosions.
Provided it's pressurized, yes. If it's not pressurized, it'll simply be a firestorm until it's all burned out. If you believe there are certain potions that you think will be beneficial, get as many as you are capable of holding.
I'll even craft some if I have to. I mean, I've gotten a supply from Professor Fontaine over the last month with for fire resistance, if needed.
I believe you're actually more familiar with potions than I am. I typically don't use them.
I am the son of an alchemist, after all.
In that case, what potions are readily available?
Right now, at my disposal, I have a couple health potions and I have a stamina potion available.
I believe those will be useful. With our current compositions, I still do not know Ryga's team.
I think Ryga told me he selected somebody, but he still has to talk to others. Still in the process of making it.
I'll be speaking with him later today. I want to know his composition so we can get this strategy ironed out.
Indeed.
Is there anyone currently on your squad capable of healing you? Or is there anyone on your squad that isn't capable of being healed by anyone else on the squad?
So, I will say that fuel and stone can be mended by me, because I can do a rune of mending.
Good.
Fuel is a starborn, as we know, and of course stone is gargoyle. However, the downside is that mending won't be as great as on me if they were to use it. Because, I mean, if I were to get someone like, for example, Daniel, who could use healing, he couldn't use it on me because he is light and I have dark.
And you are dark aligned,
So that
yes.
is why I'm breaking health potions.
Good forethought.
There's always going to be a backup plan if I'm making a composition.
Are you also in need of health potions?
That's a logistic thing that I'm gonna have to figure out when I have a meeting with my commanders again. As I've given them exactly this week to select your team, and then it's figuring out the amount of work I need to give to our dear potion makers.
I would say begin making health potions in preparation. I'll attempt to find a more detailed list and about a good estimate of how many health potions we may need. I don't know how long it takes you to make a health potion, but we should at least get started on having an abundance of them.
I'd say it depends on the quality. Because sometimes you can make certain types of potions in size, such as a small, medium, or large. Of course, the smallest is the easiest to make, while less effective. it's simple to make. Of course, while the highest takes longer to make, but it's more effective. with
I
healing
would say
somebody.
make 3 larges for the explicit purpose of saving someone's life on a team in order to get them to a healer that's nearby. We'll at least want
Understood. I
1
can
per
also
squad.
ask- Of course, I would also you also keep in mind is that some students, as I'm aware of, could have an allergic reaction to blood leaves, which is an ingredient to make a health potion.
Which students are allergic to that, or that you're aware of?
I can't recall, but I know that some students can be allergic to blood leaves. It's something I would have to ask the Valkyrie, but I shouldn't be intruding on that because that is a Valkyrie thing to know. I wouldn't know for certain.
No, this is important to know for strategy. If that's the case, then I can go ahead and intrude on Valkyrie in your stead. I would say just make 3 larges. We'll most likely only want smalls after that. Something so that the healers aren't being overwhelmed.
Also, 2 things, Aaron,
Yes.
I came to think about. 1, we also need to be prepared for something to be able to neutralize certain things that they might throw at us, for example, acid and so on. Considering it was proven last mission that they were capable of using literal or chemical weapons against us. And second, and this is in regard to your teams from my knowledge, do you have any countermeasures for charm? Because you have the majority of all the angels from my knowledge. We can't have a repeat of last mission.
Currently, I believe at least for Sabriel's squad, there isn't really a defense for charm. I believe it's currently composed of Lance, Nako, it's slipping my mind, the other one.
To Sabriel's team, it's probably Menace if it's the same one as last time.
I believe it is going to be Menace then, yes.
Though still, I would recommend you and your entire team to look in for something for charms. Considering we can't have you get charmed once again and probably no one to potentially get you out of it.
We did, however, learn something valuable with that. As unfortunate as it was that I was charmed. I was wearing an anti-charm rune. So, it does not work for my kind.
Which is important to know.
However, while it is a possibility charm may occur, I don't think it's going to occur in quite the same circumstances that it did before. We were unaware that there was a siren presence. However, simply not possible for there to be sirens in the second layer of Israel. There are no bodies of water connecting to the ocean. There are many, I'm not excluding the other species capable of charm.
One thing to keep in mind is that since they did have acid, they could also have types of poison as well.
I'm not familiar with most poisons. Is there a general anti-poison? and you can concoct?
There is. We can make anti-venom.
In that case, I don't know how long this would take for you to make. 3 large health potions. Hello, Mel.
Welcome, Mal.
3 large health potions,
You might be useful
and
for this
specifically...
discussion.
Yes, you're a Valkyrie, actually. Take a seat. We're currently going over preparations for going into Yisrael in what equipment we would like to bring. Specifically potions. As I've been informed, it's possible to be allergic to health potions due to one of the ingredients in it.
Yes, blood leaves was one of the allergies I noted that a student had.
Yes. All I currently want to know is which students are allergic to blood leaves.
You would have to ask Professor for permission because they gave me the specific rule to not give out any information on the medical document.
Understood. Thank you. But beyond those 3 large health potions, we're going to want 1 per squad. As a group health potion, exclusive for the use if someone is dying and a healer is not present. Beyond that, we're going to want probably an equal amount of anti-acids and anti-poisons.
The acid part I have to look more into, but I know that I think the anti-venom is a definite. I still am doing research into the acid ever since that mission.
Did you ask
So
for
it's not
our
something that already
assistance on that, by the
exists.
way?
I didn't get a chance to, considering there's been a lot going on since last week. Especially with
Alright,
the
that's
learning
fine.
of...
And he's just one of the few people I know of that is capable of identifying poisons and things like that, or proficiency in it.
That is something to keep in mind of. It's going to be hard to identify sometimes. Wait, how does he even identify those poisons? You know.
That's a question to ask him. I'm not capable of that myself to understand, unfortunately.
If currently the anti-acid is not something that's readily available, can you focus on the anti-poisons?
Of course.
If you can possibly continue researching into the anti-acids without taking away from your time of making the anti-poisons, I would say also focus on that. Those would be very useful.
Hey, Biol.
For assistance.
I don't know if you
since
can
this is
hear
gonna be
me.
An assignment for everyone.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I was saying that there is some other alchemists, such as Copperbeard, who are available for assistance with creating these potions. I could ask certain students who are specialized in alchemy if they could help with production, considering that we only have less than less than a month, maybe 3 weeks till we have to go to Israel.
I am not familiar with alchemy and potion crafting. Can I put you in charge of this?
You can.
In that case, it's yours. Figure out what resources you have and how to make what we need.
Understood.
And we might potentially want to delegate some of these productions over towards the Valkyries to put them into use.
I will have to
We
double
also
check.
might have help
Definitely off the top
potions.
of my apologies.
And it's okay. If I recall, doesn't Valkyrie have health potions on standby as well that were made, like, as, like, emergency
Yes,
use?
we do have that. Any new ones, I know James is one of the people capable of doing alchemy proficiently, that is.
James is someone I'm gonna go to then about it. So that should cover that basis.
I can
Yes,
definitely
we're
double
going
check
to
with
want-
Valkyrie to see if they have proficiency in it.
We're going to want 3 large health potions to save a life if a healer is not present that's compatible with whoever is dying. Beyond that, we have no need for the medium health potions. Instead, we're going to want small health potions, and as many of them as we can carry. Enough to tie us over so that we're not overloading our healers after every single encounter. If there are wounds that get into the area where we'd need a medium health potion, that is where generally I would say go get it to a healer. I'm also not yet sure if there's anyone on my squads that isn't capable of being healed by anyone else on my squads, due to that Raiga has not selected his team. That will be less of a concern. I doubt our squads are going to get too far from each other. Unless we're going to 2 separate areas again.
It might also be that we are also deployed in different times. There are multiple operations going. Considering we're dealing essentially, as I have said before, 2/3 of the entire nation.
I find it more likely that we're going to be sent to separate areas rather than be deployed at separate times, considering we're attempting to use surprise.
Indeed.
However, as you just said, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Are we gonna be gathering people that were from Israel on potentially constructing a map if we know what locations we're being deployed to?
That would be useful. At least haven't been informed about the locations we're actually being deployed to. We do already have a map of the second layer of Israel, at least a good portion of it. We obtained that from Zirin.
I can say with confidence that it is more than likely Kaminari Alley unless things have changed without my notes.
Yes. However, are we both and all of our squads going to be deployed to Kaminari Alley? Is it that large?
The possibility is there. That I am unsure if you're correct to ask this question, but
If I've understood the entirety correct, when it comes to Kaminari Alley, it's essentially the middle layer of the entire nation.
Yes. What I find far more likely of what's going to happen is that we're going to be deployed to Kaminari Alley together, and then we are going to react to the attack that is supposed to be occurring. Beyond that, we are probably going to separate by continuing to follow and grind out the cultists wherever we discover them. We'll slowly be separating and expanding farther and farther away from each other. That is most likely when we'll actually separate. However, that's also speculation. I'm unsure if you've been told anything.
Not anything specifically as of yet.
could you repeat that question one more time, Irenaeus?
Which question?
The previous one there you're asking to Aura there.
Less a question and more that I was posing speculation of how I envision this mission will go. Since we know that they're going to attack Kaminari Alley, we'll most likely both be deployed there. However, from there, we're probably going to separate, expand the circle from Kaminari Alley, At a certain point, we'll be too far separated from each other. So we'll need to figure out what we're capable of together in that time. And what capabilities we'll lose once we're too far to negotiate. Or, no. Synchronize with each other is a better word.
And now also comes in another factor, which is going to be very tedious. I suppose we're also going to have to watch out how much collateral damage we do when we do the fight, considering we're literally fighting inside the cities themselves. Question then, if you don't mind me asking you, Aura and Uranus. Did the headmistress not state that she had fought to make sure that there was a protection against this action of having to worry about killing someone? For she stated this to me in my own conversation with her.
I know you have the thing open. I know.
It is currently open.
Did she not state that?
She stated that she has had several negotiations in order to get us access. However, there comes a problem where I assume you're talking about we'll only be encountering cultists on the second layer?
She didn't say anything specific besides the point of that one of the things that she was making sure that the country cannot go against us for killing. She did not state of...
Ah. Ultimately, that's none of our concern. There's no possible way we could do this mission where we will not be taking lives. If they're non-cultist lives, of course we will try to avoid it. However, there's no possible way we can go against the cultist and go non-lethally. Completely. With no collateral whatsoever.
People are gonna die during this mission. And I know the headmistress said they're trying to fill out a lot of paperwork regarding that scenario where we will have to kill at some point.
Most likely she's trying to give us some documentation or permission from the council to give us authority to kill the cultists.
The reason why I brought it up was the concern of, I believe you were stating casualties and such, Aura. I just wanted to eliminate one. Collateral, thank you.
And that includes even this destructions of potentially entire buildings, or worst case even blocks.
Then we're going to need a number of collateral they can accept. There's going to be fighting. Not having collateral is simply not an option.
Well, things we do know that down there, there is a lockdown happening down there, so...
Here's the issue. Underneath the masks and robes, the cultists are a variety of species. Once they place the masks and robes, they all look the same, a homogeneous group. However, once they take off the mask, the robes aren't actually there. They can quite literally seem like normal civilians with a simple hand movement to take off the mask.
So you're saying they're blending in with being a civilian down there, you're trying to say?
That is what they're currently doing and how they obtained access to Yisrael in the first place. They did not march into Yisrael in robes.
Why don't you just ask your cavalry president what he thinks?
About what in particular? About collateral.
Oh, collateral and everything you just said.
There's the simple fact. Yisrael is going to fall to the cultists in under 2 months at their current pace. Due to the way that they've set themselves up as a council, poorly, I might add, they've currently made it so that only they can actually take any action, and it requires 24/7 monitoring from them in order to keep Israel basically working. They do not delegate this authority to anyone else. They do not have lieutenants. They do not have people they trust. And there are also species that can fall to exhaustion. They are currently falling apart, while the cultists are hiding. They're not launching anything large scale. Yes, they're taking people, however, they're operating through blackouts. They're moving in very, very small teams, and the council is falling apart. Once the council falls apart, there won't be a fight for Israel. The cultists will just have it. If they're not willing to accept collateral and to let us do whatever needs to be done, they're going to need to accept that they are going to lose their city. Well, lose their country. And that's the simple matter of
As
it.
I see it, they're going. Anyway, no offense, Raka. They're going to lose it anyways.
Was that?
Easy. Because without a stable council, one that is rested and can at least know their place, it's going to turn into anarchy. That anarchy is going to remove the council, and any smart person would know, especially if I was the enemy, just replace the council with my own people.
If they're not willing to accept collateral for this, we will do our best to minimize collateral. But if they're not willing to accept it at all, that things will be destroyed and things will be damaged, then there's no point to us going.
Question, Professor. I don't think this was ever stated in any history books, but has a city fallen before?
Most likely. Wouldn't doubt it.
Okay. I was just curious what it does to the world ley lines for a city such as major as Israel. Say if it were to fall, what would that do to it?
Those are two different things.
Yes.
The nation itself can fall without damaging the ley lines.
But if it goes into the wrong hands, such as the cultists who are messing with the ley lines,
So, because the reason why I asked, as you were stating, if the cultists are messing with the ley lines, and say the nation itself fell, if their goal is to destroy the ley lines, that is a success then of them. A major win, if you will. Which, that would then indicate our purpose of going to Israel even more pointless, if it falls anyways, regardless of our actions.
Yes. We don't currently know what they want Israel for. It's possible they want it as a staging area. It's possible they want to drain it and have it fall. Considering their motives, both are possible.
or they just have the most highly advanced technology city in their hands, or nation.
This is true, which ideally we do not wish for them to have that, and we did state earlier how Israel is one of the major trade routes for other nations as well. That would cause more problems too if it falls.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've exhausted this conversation, at least for now.
Yes.
Well, we're late on
Trust
today,
me, I
and
could go on forever, but what do I know at this point?
Well, later on today, I'm gonna talk to the other Israelis and talk some stuff and gain some knowledge and figure out a plan. So,
Have you selected your team?
currently have one. I'm still in the process of finding the others.
Find the others this week.
So I'm planning on doing one.
Good.
I already
What were you saying, Mel?
Today.
Yeah.
Just to confirm some words. Was it stated that a nation has fallen before?
There's a possibility of it.
Do we know if a station, or nation, excuse me, if it falls currently where, Kyrios Academy is in play now, does that nation become under the command of Kyrios Academy to lead it?
Nope, because we are the true neutral.
So we are
That also depends on details. Even if a nation were to fall, the only way they wouldn't immediately want to take it back is if they were all dead. We wouldn't even be in the conversation.
Oh, definitely not, because we would be looking like the people who handed it over.
I just wanted to ask in case a situation like that has arisen or starts to arise.
Unfortunately, there really aren't a lot of options here. If we don't go deal with the cultist situation, the council will basically kill themselves within a month, 2 months. They're already exhausting themselves, not sleeping, not taking care of themselves. They'll no longer be able to perform any of their duties in that time frame. Then, the cultists will simply take it over.
Mika's doing a bit better because I was there recently, so...
Last I had heard, Mika sleeps, 30 minutes a night?
Yeah, but that got changed recently. She got a better mood and got some sleep.
The fact it happened at all is what I'm suspicious of. I stated this previously. The councils have no one that they've delegated their authority to, no one that can act in their stead, and no lieutenants. That is the reason why they're exhausted and they're unable to keep up. They have primarily done this to themselves. That is one way that the cultist will win Israel. Then there's what you've been talking about.
Resource and taken by where there's none from left, where they're all tired and exhausted, nothing able to pretty much trying to exploit their doings, I guess, of making them tired themselves and taking
Once they're
action
no
on
longer
things
able to perform their duties, they will either lead Israel to ruin or be replaced. If they are replaced, the people they are replaced with, it can basically be assumed that they'll be compromised.
And more likely if we definitely don't cut off the doppelganger's head.
Except for we have no solid information about where the doppelganger even might be. The closest thing we have is, I'm very interested in how that interrogation of Dolian went.
Well, here's the thing. Even if we find out who he looks like, or she, what's stopping them from changing into another form?
Yeah, they're gonna keep changing forms until not ever seen again.
They could, yes. However, even just knowing their current form, even if they quickly abandon it, would be useful. It also would actually be solid evidence and proof that they're even there. We have been operating under the assumption that there is a doppelganger present. We have a good idea that there is a doppelganger present, as the general. We have stories. We do not actually have solid evidence that the general in Israel is a doppelganger, or that there is a doppelganger. They have not been seen.
Hence they're called the boogeyman down there in Israel.
Yes, they had acquired some odd title.
Yeah.
And yes, if we do go into Israel on permission of the council and raise the second layer, absolutely destroy it, that would also get the council replaced.
Trust me, I've already thought of that possibility as well.
There's also the fact, primarily, this mission is not to actually remove any, or remove all of the cultist presence in Israel. This is an information gathering mission. I'm uncertain how many access points there are between the second layer and the third layer. However, it can very well be assumed that the cultists have a way to navigate and enter the third layer, despite its toxicity. Which means, while we are scouring and going through the second layer, attempting to remove them, if even 15 of them escape into the third layer, and we have no ability to follow and make sure they don't disappear, the mission will be a failure if the goal of the mission was to get rid of all of them. That's not the case. The goal of the mission is to figure out what is going on. Why do they want Israel? How are they operating in the second layer? How many of them are there?
Well, there's many reasons why they can operate down there, because down there in the second layer and below, a bunch of crimes or mafias down there, illegal deals, trade.
I understand why they would
etc.
prioritize the second layer. I want to learn exactly how they are operating in the second layer. Are they simply running around? Are they hiding? Did they set up a mafia? And are actively negotiating? Do the other entities in the second layer know of their presence and simply allow them to be there? This is an information gathering mission. We have too little information on what is actually going on. Going in there with the idea that we're going to successfully remove all of the cultists out of Israel is improbable, at best.
I will say this. Through all the calculations I have taken, if we want this mission to work the way it's supposed to, we would have to burn and raise and kill everyone from the second and third layer. And put the blame on CA. that's only my personal opinion, and as your head cavalry has probably already told everyone, I'd rather go on the suicide mission to actually, get the long-term solution, not the band-aid. But his personal opinion, it's better to sacrifice the lives of many people instead of the friends and people here.
And unfortunately, he's incorrect. The one situation that does not involve all of us simply raising the second layer to the ground is by getting Mentos, whose authority surpasses the council.
He was also well rested.
And is an entity
Self-stated.
that the doppelganger could not possibly have expected to return.
I can even confirm the Win in Yuzuru itself has stated that if Mentos knew what was going on, he would try to fix it instantly. He would have came running back by now.
Yeah. But at this point, is that it's the whole, save one person, let others die, or save others, save millions.
If we do not get Mentos,
still stranded.
they will all die. It's simply the same number, just at different times. There's no life actually being saved. To put it in perspective, we're going to fail without getting Mentos. I'm trying to create a strategy where we don't without Mentos. However, it's currently not working out.
That's why I'm going to be gathering the other userians, try to make a plan, as well as help others train and do other stuff to figure out what we can do for this. So,
Are you suggesting to form a somewhat council?
not a council. It's more like a small gather. Gather our heads and figure
While
out
you
a
guys
plan.
are still at Kyrios Academy.
So, I believe I understand what you're getting at.
We're here.
One of the assets that we would actually like is more detailed information about the second layer and third layer.
Tell me later about the Wilhelm information, please.
However, what I'm currently discussing is
The water supply
the long-term situation.
It's safe.
I'm unsure what this gathering could possibly do to change the fact that the council is on its last legs.
That, and if we have any students of Kyriosum affected anything more, as stated as I was trying to figure out better with words, it would break our neutrality and it seemed like we're supporting a nation.
Well, we can support a nation when it's against itself. We can't support nations in nation-on-nation conflict, I don't believe.
If we do the year to cell mission first, and I've stated this many times, especially to Winter, all we're doing is putting a band-aid on a problem. At most, it'll buy us, 2 weeks? Before the entire nation goes into anarchy.
We're not even aware of the current numbers. We would need to get a vast majority of them in one go in order to actually impact their operations. And there's also the fact that they would simply just be reinforced. The cultists that were in Zirin, they had Yisraelian tools. They had a map telling them to go to Kaminari Alley.
Which I'm no have knowledge of ins and outs of the area.
Well, my point is that they're in Zirin, being told to go to Yisrael. That's most likely happening across every nation. provided that their own... Well, the Zirin one was unique in that they had no general. And I believe they were intending to go join the Yisrael cultists with a new general under the doppelganger, after they were finished training all of the ley lines, or what manner they could. My point is that they will simply just get more reinforcements for all of those we wipe out.
I get your
And, as stated before, currently unaware if we're even allowed to have collateral.
Correct.
Which, if we are not allowed to have collateral, the operation will be a failure. And that's just a fact. Is there anything more any of you would like to talk to me about? I believe watching the others spar might be useful.
I'm good.
Nothing at the moment. I'll let you know if otherwise.
I'll await it then.
So, we're literally in a corner where we, in reality, cannot do anything but to try to delay the inevitable.
You're talking about this outside as well then?
Might as well. I asked.
We were just discussing it in there. Currently, we're in a very bad situation.
Oh, I gather that. It's what is the least of the bad? What causes the least damage is the best option.
Getting Mentos.
But is that possible? That's the problem.
It is. It is possible. It's difficult.
But we don't have the key.
It's improbable, but it's possible.
Do we have a key for it?
Yes.
Oh.
As far as I know, we actually have several.
Oh. I thought we only had the one that could speak Abyssal.
Well, we have one that can speak it right now, from my knowledge, though we have others' keys that are getting close to.
Oh. See, I didn't have that information in fairness.
We have a few handful of individuals that are learning how to speak it.
A very simple situation. Due to the way that they've set up their council in Israel, they're going to fall. Within a 2-month period. Even without the cultists actually ramping up any of their operations. They're currently unable to deal with the stress.
Well, with the argument, what if we theoretically go in a month's time or 3 weeks' time, whatever, we go in and we do 50% of the damage to the cult, half it, maybe a little bit more. Still no, or
They would simply
still
call in
heal over
other
itself?
reinforcements like they were doing with the Zirin cultists.
Did they call in reinforcements? I thought that was just
The map
what was
we
left of the
obtained,
remnant.
the map we obtained of Kaminari Alley, that was obtained from one of the commanders in Zirin.
Ah, I was not.
They were being directed to go to Israel.
Okay.
What would stop this from happening in any other nations? Since we can assume the cultist has now infiltrated every nation.
I assume so. That's been the assumption since the beginning. Especially with last year's incident.
I've heard of several incidents. Which one are you referring to?
The Dreamweaver with people falling asleep and not waking up.
Yes.
I figured that since it is a non-nation specific incident, I figured they have weavings everywhere, so.
Yes. That can very readily be assumed. The simple fact is, the chances of us being able to wipe out even 50% of the cultists in the second layer is improbable. We have no knowledge of the terrain.
Most likely.
We have no knowledge of where they are, how far it goes. We know it's large. We know nothing of the access points to the third layer, and even if they even have one way to survive the third layer, several of them could simply see that what we're doing, like rats, see what we're doing and go down to the third layer, and they can simply wait us out. We do not have the manpower to both scour the second layer and the third. The vast majority of us simply can't survive the third layer.
Even if we were to get the gas mess being made by Rygo, would not be enough, so I agree.
No.
It's too broad.
Yes. So the chances of us being able to actually exterminate the cultists, for real, is small. And what would occur in about 2 to 3 weeks with the information I've given you?
A mission.
Yes. And they would have also replenished themselves, like rats. It's possible that they could only pull reinforcements from the Ziran cultists due to the fact that they had no general. However, it's also possible the other generals would simply allow several of their forces to go reinforce Israel.
You could also make an argument that maybe Israel is the focal point.
Yes. Which, if they do that, it'll indicate to us exactly how important Israel is to them. However, it also means that what we did basically amounted to nothing. However, if we were to obtain Mentos, this situation would be different. The Council is unable to keep up. Mentos hasn't been doing anything for what, 50 years?
At least.
I think he's the definition of well-rested. Along with he always has the authority over the council. They're not willing to delegate down. The council does not take lieutenants, apparently. Wilhelm was acting as lieutenant for Mika. No one has taken his position since he left. As far as I can tell, this is how the vast majority of them operate. They do not have assistants. They do not have people with even a smidgen of their authority and can act in their stead, which means they alone are responsible for everything. However, they need to sleep. They get exhausted. This isn't a council being run by angels or Starborn.
I believe they needed to have their handheld by Mentos, but here we are.
They believed, well, it's less they needed their handheld. It's more they've made a bad decision into a bad habit. And now they refuse to, well, they're no longer in a position to take assistance, considering the doppelganger could be anyone and the cultist could be anyone. They have no time to vet people. Along with the fact their own members are being investigated. The council is barely holding itself up. In less than 2 months, they will succumb to themselves, and the cultists will have everything. I can see exactly one situation where this doesn't occur. And that is simply having Mentos.
Mentos.
If Mentos were to agree with us, give us authority to do what needs to be done, we would no longer have to worry about the council.
Would that be enough?
Possibly not. It's the best shot we have. If it needs more than that, there's also the simple fact that the general, there's no possible way they have truly accounted for a ruler coming back. Mentos has not been present in Israel for 50 years. They've been planning to deal with the council. They have not been planning to deal with Mentos.
But another argument would be, with the leaders, they're either, in their ivory towers, just like Mentos. Let's just say they don't have eyes and have similar information we have. I know we have Kristen, and that's a different argument. However, to say they don't know where he is and watching.
It's quite possible, especially considering there are cultists in Pandora. However, I doubt they know the location of where he is. Not truly. We had to find out where he was through Kristen.
This is true.
In very circumstantial information. And had to use certain methods in order to confirm where he was. I believe we have privileged information that the cultists do not.
We do.
I believe it's our best shot.
The bottleneck we are in.
Yes. Also, to keep you up to date with the information, I don't believe we've actually been given full permission to even go hold this operation into Israel. We do not have permission to have collateral during our fights. Are you prepared to complete this mission without damaging a single thing?
Great. Fucking great.
Which is another reason why we want Mentos. Mentos could give us carte blanche permission.
If he wants.
Yes, it's quite possible he could also make it harder for us. However, I have doubts that he would do that. One simple name. Kristen.
Kristen. Yeah.
So, yes, we're going on the wrong mission.
Hi.
I can't argue.
We're going on the wrong mission. Ultimately, what we do will have minimal effect. Several of them all are most likely going to get extremely injured or die.
There's only one singular thing that could potentially turn this into a positive.
Yes.
And that scenario is highly unlikely. And that is if we manage to take their artifact.
There's another one with that, which is also if we manage to encounter the doppelganger.
Mm-hmm.
However,
and that's...
they're not expecting us. If they were expecting us, we could possibly expect gloating, at least to identify them. We are going at an unspecified time, and they, if we somehow encounter them, and somehow we're able to actually kill them, yes, mission success. Chances of that happening at all are incredibly low. The chances of the doppelganger even being present are incredibly low.
At the very least, I make this argument. I do agree. We should do the mission for Mentos. However, until we have the key, and to precisely do it, because I know with words, especially with magic locks that need precise passcode spoken, it needs to be exact. Till we have that,
yes,
the best we can do is stop that. Is not stop the hemorrhaging, because we are not doing that. Slow it.
And we
For
can
a
allow
little bit,
Yisrael
at
to
best.
limp for possibly 2 weeks.
Yes.
This would
It's
have been completely
more
a
of-
whole other story if we had
It's more of the
to
case.
the moving faction earlier.
Yes, it's more of the case right now of inaction and doing at least something at this point.
Yes. However, it's also possible that we could get the key before we actually plan to head out.
This is true.
In
I'm
which
not
case, we
dissuading
will
them,
be
but until
going
we
on the
have
wrong
that.
mission.
I
Don't we
agree.
have the key?
I believe. I don't think it's confirmed we have
Kirsten-
the key fully, but we have
Kirsten's too variable.
So,
we have
from my
progress toward the
knowledge,
key.
Yes.
We have several people that are making progress towards becoming essentially our key. We technically do have one key, however, we cannot use that key.
Right.
Too
Unless
variable.
we manage to figure out some way to basically get the key safely there through essentially certain death. That's not happening.
Objectively, yes, the
And
Pandora
talk
mission
about the
is the harder mission.
It is the objectively also the most possible successful one.
Yes. It raises the chances of Yisrael surviving higher if we complete that one first. If you'd like to keep
And
discussing
into
this,
the-
can we walk and talk?
All I was gonna say was ending on. It's more of the case, like I said, until the key has and we have a more forward plan. We are on the right mission for the time being, which is slowing the bleeding. But once we have the more pieces to the puzzle for the Pandora mission, we have to at least do something, even if it's minimal. Is
Yeah.
my argument.
And I'd also
That's
like to
all.
point
So,
out
until we get more pieces.
this most likely wouldn't be necessary if the council had thought ahead.
Oh, of course.
To be
But that's a
honest.
whole another systemic issue.
Yes.
Nico,
Yes.
if you want the most minimal without having to do anything, it's that we don't go in at all.
That won't do anything though. We need to do at least.
Is anyone still in the cavalry room that can lock the door?
I'll take care of it.
No, there isn't at the moment when I left.
I do agree that the least amount of effort for the most progress would be doing nothing, but at this point we need to do something. Cause
Yes,
even if
but if
there
we
is
do
a
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that could be.
Why are they gathering up that way?
Oh, we're training for upcoming, well, sparring for upcoming, mission in a month time, or I guess 3 weeks now. We're going to use you to clear out,
It shows something about adjustment. They can't handle even the smallest things.
I think is the word.
Like, I try to be kind
Right,
in my
okay,
most
if you don't mind.
because it's what I prefer. And if
Give her a second. Stone, give her a second. She might be a.
it doesn't
Controllable weaponry. I will say this. His move seems to be different than normal. Seems to be a little bit more upset than usual. That one. So,
Rupert, that is.
Sorry.
Deadly.
I'll see what I can do.
Sorry, I'm not.
You wouldn't be able to do it anymore.
Sorry, you were smacking
Oh, these
me
are
with
how you
your
can
sword.
do it.
You have to be more careful.
Comparably.
It is so genuinely haunting how accurate I am with puppetry.
You might want to just change unless you need to spar again.
And door. And a table.
and a table.
And people. Every time I try
And
to
people.
these hours.
Yeah, I watched him break
okay.
people. But
Well,
then again, I
I'm
also
To be fair, I've more seen him hunt people into the ground than I have seen him throwing people.
True.
Crazy bullshit happening behind us.
I'm more a fan of making student-shaped holes. It happened.
You did
Well
put up a
done
really
to
good fight.
you. Well done to you, my dearest Leppy. Well done to you. Brrr. Sorry, I'm having way too much fun with those ears of yours.
By the way, Leppy.
How was your spar?
It was good. Yone taught me some things.
Hello, Eunice.
Hello. What have I
Very nice.
missed?
Nothing really.
Simply
People have been
spars.
sparring.
I was just
Menace
simply
and
asking
butchering
Saber to
his
catch me
family.
up on things.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
I noticed most of Calvary
Actually touch those
wasn't.
legs.
We were discussing something.
Most.
You have like a little sharp.
Understood.
Not quite a full meeting. It wasn't
Yes,
called.
I
It was more
oh, some of my teeth are
Why do you have
sharper than they should
Aura
be.
and I discussing some things.
I don't know.
I simply meant, aside from the last weekend,
defect.
Winter selecting some people, I hadn't seen most of you select.
I don't know, maybe.
So, I was merely curious as to if that was the same thing happening or not. Of which she
Yes.
Why are your eyes pink?
Currently,
Because I'm a crab.
I'm still waiting for one of my commanders to actually select their team.
Okay, I guess that's fine. Yeah, is Rekka actually gonna select a team? Because if not,
I've told
I
him
say
he
we
has
switch
this
him out
week.
for Gio. Okay. Are you okay with switching him out for Gio if that is the case?
If he does not bring a team to me in a week, yes.
Okay.
I've already given him a week to select his team.
Has he made any progress?
One.
Who'd he choose?
Koa.
Okay.
I currently have no idea what type of team he's attempting to create.
So he doesn't have like a focus for it or anything?
It was more of a side conversation I did not have time to ask. That is something I want to know.
That's fair.
But simply curious so I could figure out my team before.
We might want to talk to Gio and let her know that, hey, if he doesn't choose a team, you're going to be the team leads. That way she has ideas what she might want to use and who she might try to gab.
Yes. I also believe that Gio is actually going to be a member of that team regardless, whether or not she's leading it or not.
Okay. Probably a good idea.
I've been told to emphasize
Are we
her
still
selection.
sticking with 4, or are we gonna... Do we need to expand it to 5 with how many people?
Currently it's still 4. However, that's not a bad train of thought.
Okay.
There's a lot of unknowns current. While we know we're being deployed to Kaminari Alley, we don't actually know what we're doing past that.
Isn't that kind of important? Like, what's
And
the
if
goal?
both of us are being deployed to Kaminari Alley, or is it only one of us? How large is Kaminari Alley? Does it need all of our
encompasses
teams?
a pretty good area. I don't think it would necessarily need both.
If the idea is that we're going to go there and thwart the attack, and that's going to be the end of it, that is... achieves even less than I thought.
Sorry, still didn't give me the answer of what the goal is here.
Is there an official goal?
Yeah.
Currently,
If there isn't, that's fine.
I'm
but
unsure
I'd
of
like
that.
to know if there actually is. Okay.
Personally, I believe the goal is similar to what we're doing in Zirin, and it's simply stacking as many of their bodies as we can reach. However, I find that personally implausible. If they even have a single way to get down to the 3rd layer, we have potentially 2, 3 students that can follow them down there. Which means that they would just simply escape. Or they could simply see that it was well defended and their plans were leaked and make new ones. And then we're back left in the dark.
Okay. Then I guess one of our first objectives while we first get in there is trying to see ways of getting down to the 3rd if the
My primary goal
Just keep an eye out for it.
for you and the other commanders is going to be information gathering. more so than attempting to remove cultists. The chances of us actually being able to successfully remove all of the cultists that would be necessary to have them lose their campaign in Israel, very low. And we're also lacking a lot of information about what they're even attempting to do. We know of their smaller scale operations, the rolling blackouts, modifying people. We don't know what their larger goal is, if they're attempting to destroy and sink Israel or if they're attempting to take it. We need to know.
Afternoon.
Hey.
Hello, Impa.
Not here to disrupt your conversation, just here to tell him something. Looks like my theory was correct about the golems. And by that I mean, I cleaved one in half. They're just a big pile of junk.
One of the larger ones. The lower heavy ones.
I don't know, it was a bit bigger than me. Like this big.
Made out of iron and blue.
Yeah, a big pile of junk made of steel or something like that, spewing flames.
Yes, that's what we're thinking of, yes. Good to know.
If I was with anybody that had actually a small weapon, you know, that was an accurate fellow, that thing would have been down 10 seconds flat.
Yes, their core is in the center.
Anyhow, you'll have a good day.
Thank you, Impa.
Do we have her on someone's team yet?
Not to my knowledge.
After watching her spar, I would suggest you do.
Yes, that's primarily why I wanted to come out here. And cut the cavalry conversations short.
I believe if you do need to talk to Ryga, that is him over there now.
Is he finished with his spar?
Yeah, he's over by Bokori. Also, Lance has been himself fighting each one of the Vanguard. So if you have any questions on them, he probably has most of the answers. Well, at least combat-wise.
Good. It's good to know his information's been updated. He approached me about that earlier, last week.
Yeah, I've been watching him. He's been going from person to person. I think he only has one other besides Kyo, and then he's got all of them. He's at least part of it.
Thank you, Sabriel. Originally, I'd wanted to avoid trying to grab any of the newer students for this, considering they're not up to date on what's going on, and their combat abilities were unverified. I'm slightly reconsidering.
His team is new students.
Yes, unfortunately, Blitz did that the first week he was given the orders.
Letty, a moment.
I'm aware, but Blitz is not under my command. And as for your composition, I agreed with it. Currently, my commanders are Sabriel, Reed, and Ryga. Auras are, I believe, Blitz, Archons, and
Winter. Do we know Reed's team yet?
He's currently missing a member. He's already selected Stone and Beal. He's currently collecting a list of alternative members that he could select as the last person.
No, you're
and he's going to present them to
They're
me.
just us talking.
It's a good idea. You're good, Lance.
Oh,
How was your spar?
very good. He was a honestly surprisingly good combatant. I was not expecting this from some of the performance of some of the other people. However, what I saw was pretty good. Their speed is quite well used. Oh, hello.
Yes.
Correct. I believe we will be doing that soon, as the arenas I best utilize are currently in use. Let them finish whatever they are doing, and then
open spots, no? Or do we have to fight?
the smaller one I am not as fond of using due to
Not
the
this one. I
disrupt-
meant the open spots in the field.
I suppose so.
Off the top of my head, there are no current requirements to only spar inside of the arenas.
Right. So, I was gonna ask if you wanted to do it on one of the sides. Probably that one, since people are talking that way.
That can be utilized. Yes,
At worst, I can put up a barrier for you both.
that actually would be quite fun.
Be much appreciated.
I'm gonna talk to you later. Okay?
Okay. Are you doing alright?
Hello, Reed.
Mostly, yeah. Something that got me a little
Just
shaken, but
in case.
I'm okay. Yeah, I appreciate
Because
it.
I have also been absent.
Do you currently have your list of possible class members?
So I have one of them as Kyo, and then I have another one as Isashi. And of course, I'm leaving the newest edition
So, for you two,
open.
I have gotten the amount of data on most of Vanguard.
If they haven't
If you need
been
any
brought in yet.
information, please let me know.
Are you referring to
Let
Sarai?
him know that you're sparring him.
I have Stone and Beal, as I stated earlier.
Did you want to utilize the
Yes.
spot on the far back or somewhere farther to the left here?
Yeah, since
Actually, I think I'm gonna take Lance's approach on
I
that.
plan on speaking to the
Make it my goal to
options that I
spar
have
everyone
later,
at least once.
considering everyone is busy at the moment with sparring.
Think it'd be a good idea.
And I've been looking
Yes.
for an
However, currently 2 of you are here. We are only missing Ryga. Could you go get him over there and bring him over here?
It feels smooth. Like a
It's
baby.
not gonna cure my
hippo.
weird teeth.
Don't move anywhere just yet.
You calling me fat? How could you?
No.
I can't
That
believe
was to
you.
Sabriel. I know
I
I'm
thought
looking
you
at
were
You
you.
have a
nice
little bit of
person.
chubby.
Do
I'll
not.
actually
like
go make sure I
hippo.
don't need to put a barrier
I
up.
wasn't pinching. I was like,
I don't know how explosively new
Stop!
is.
you're not hippo fat, but you have some chubby.
What's up?
Thanks, Menace. I very much
What are the
appreciate
other
it.
members you're intending for your
So
team?
much.
Both have skin
Other
like
than Koa.
hippo, but like baby hippos. 'Cause they
Well,
have, like,
I want to
weird,
grab a
smooth
Valkyrie because that's my
I
sub.
think. I've never
We don't
touched
have
a
a
baby
Valkyrie
hippo,
on
but
our
they look like
side,
they have
so
some
on
skin
our
in the
squads.
drawings that my mom showed me.
So
I will take that as a thank you, I guess.
No, I don't believe we do. And we're going to want one.
Grabbing, yeah.
We're going to need to figure out who on each of your teams cannot be healed or at least assisted by someone else on any of our
I wanna
teams.
see your hair
We'll
down.
at least be in close combination with each other. We
Something.
can't assume to be near
Okay.
Aura's teams at all.
Yeah.
I am the healer of my team. And Nako also can heal, even though they're
You
not
are?
Valkyrie. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's me and Nako.
I'm sure Arlo can too.
I think Arlo, yeah.
Arlo is
Remember he-
Valkyrie.
Yeah, Arlo's Valkyrie, he uses wind magic. Remembering.
I also want to know what type of squads you are all intending to build. What's your selection process for your members? What specialty are you attempting to build your squad into?
I think I'm trying to go for at least a balance. psychological bounce wise. So, because I'm not a heavy hitter myself, so.
So the strategy being sort of one of each type of specialty. Someone that can handle healing, someone that can handle range, someone that can handle up close, a heavy hitter, someone that can take hits.
Yeah.
Standalone, well-rounded team. That's a strategy.
Yeah.
It is a strategy. One that I went with at least last time, but that's not my aim this time. Considering it's more close quarters, I don't know if we're gonna be able to use range much in this scenario. Like it's more feasible to go with more melee-based fighters, I'd say. I took Stone again, and then I, of course, selected Buell because he is pretty good up close, but he can also have some distance as well, considering he uses ice and lightning.
Okay.
Do you have anyone on your team who knows Israel a lot?
Buell is from Israel.
Okay. Then each of our groups have at least one person, if not more.
I did keep it in mind. The only situation that I am in is that, well, why we don't have really a healer right now on our squad, I can still provide mending to Buell and Stone, considering Buell's Starborn and Stone is a gargoyle. But the other task that I was making preparations for is regarding potions, including health potions and anti-venom.
In that case, if you want Stone to go more offensive, you could bring Seldrin, and then you are technically their healers. And Seldrin could be probably all the defense you really need. Especially if you're trying to be more of an offensive team.
Yes, but I only do... My mending is based off of rune. I wasn't originally a healer. I'm more of a fighter, not a support, I should say. I only would do the mending if I had to, in our off time. That's
Well, that
basically
would be
what
the
it comes
goal in
down
the
to.
first place for any of them.
That's why I took mending last time. I had to learn it before that mission, considering that I didn't know the situation we were going to be in, and we had no one with mending on our squad, so that's why I sought out Fontaine for it.
I will say
If you
Nako
take
is in our
Selvin,
group has mending as a spell, so you guys need
that is one
it,
of
you can
Selvrin's
get to us.
barriers,
Yeah, look over.
which, if we're in close quarters, means you may
can also
possibly
do
be
smaller
able to
runs
stop
and
them from
walls
being
and
able
stuff.
to get away. Lock them into a building with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know I have barriers myself. I have barriers and as well as stun them on my stuff. So I'm more like a. So I'm more like
That's actually not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, so I'm more a kind of defense / front lines in a way for myself. So.
Yeah. One thing I'm also going to need to keep in mind, if it's close quarters and we're going into buildings, that leaves me with either the option of staying outside
Opponents with that shield.
from you all, or grounding myself to
You
come
can
in.
also trap them inside.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually one of the strategies me and Lance use when we fight together. I can create a dome, an ice dome over the two of him and whoever we're fighting, and means that they can't get away from him.
Because remember, there's another tactics of there's a, close and open tactics of having kind of a gateway or death or something like that to have kind of ease the to thin the numbers of the enemies, to say, so to speak.
It also means I think that his team now will have
Bottleneck
wind
them.
and light, because I don't think he technically has wind or light. So it's a more variety for him.
I brought Stone over here. I conversate since So I did appoint him to second in command in case anything happens. If we were to be split off from each other in a squad.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see Seldrin as a
Selrin.
good option as well. Selrin, yeah.
Yes. It would give your squad a focus. You're not particularly slow. I don't believe Viol is particularly slow, but Stone is.
No, yeah, so.
And Stone's the most durable of your current team.
Yes. I see him as the most durable at the academy.
Very well possible. Especially considering his abilities only make him more durable. If you were to take Selrin and have the ability to have barriers, it could potentially mean you could lock the enemy inside with you. Or potentially make it them unable to leave buildings entirely. Which, considering that one of the primary things we're trying to avoid is them escaping, will be useful.
But another thing that could come into play is if I were to have Geo as an example, we could take her charming into play. Possibly.
It's possible, but you shouldn't be banking on her charm abilities. As far as I'm aware of that, as far as I'm aware of it, she is using that as a last resort, not as a primary offense.
I wouldn't say it's primary. I mean, it's more of a situational purpose, I'd say. For instance, if we want to, like, get them trapped in a certain spot, we could have Geo positioned at a certain area while being close to her, try to get them lured, or try to bring them over to her. And we'll go from there, basically.
No. We will not be doing that.
You wanted me in on this conversation?
We're going over options to supplement the squad of you, Biol, and Reed. I personally hadn't asked for you to be in this conversation. Reed did. What was for the purpose again? Other than just to catch him up as your second.
Well, I was going to speak to him about options as well, but since we're on this topic, I figured I'd bring him along to the conversation.
I'm not outlawing the option of Geo. I'm saying the option for Geo should not be for charm.
I wasn't taking her just for charm, of course, considering that she mainly revolves around, I think, bubble, if I recall.
Yes.
Yeah,
She has the ability to both
she
make
create
things
things.
incredibly slippery or incredibly sticky. She has a light shield. Oh, shield that
I
repels
would like to
light.
speak on behalf of this conversation as well.
Yes.
This would also be a team that has been formed in the past. I don't know if you remember my leadership positioning, but I did pick Bo and Geo beforehand. So their teamwork wouldn't be something that's new either. I know you're saying not in the regards of charm, and I don't think that's our intention. Or at least Reed's intention.
It was stated explicitly before you got here.
You were going to use it for the
I
child.
only mentioned not just for the charm, that's not what I'm saying, but I made it as an example, as one of her capabilities.
That was one thing you probably shouldn't have done with him, to be honest with you.
Along with me finding it personally, morally reprehensible. Yes.
Yeah.
There is
No,
also
I
the fact.
100% agree.
There's also a fact that there's a limit to the amount she can use charm, and she personally has stated she only uses charm for last resort. So tactics should not be developed with the idea of starting with charm.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
you
start
started
with it.
off with the bad step.
I'm not saying it's starting with it. I'm not trying to incorporate into offense or anything. I'd say it's more of a situational. That's why, for instance, if it's a last resort, that is a situational occasion that she has to use it.
But
Which
then
I have no
again,
problem with.
Hey, David.
I'll say in the aspect of it shouldn't really, with our fighting power, unless for some reason we're completely and utterly outmanned and outgunned, I really don't think that should be on the table. Geo
And
also starts kind of acting funny when she uses her charm heavily.
I was gonna
Something
say
that
it
I
should
don't think.
never be used unless it's absolutely necessary, not only for what it is, but also the toll it does take on her.
the other option
That's why I say
that I had
occasional.
suggested, Stone.
But
No,
Since
not occasional.
I do actually want your thoughts on this.
It should
So,
be last resort.
fellow gargoyle, along with the fact he can create barriers, which since is going to be a close quarters situation, means that the exits of buildings can be locked.
That is a good point.
Which means, even if they're faster than you, they cannot get away from you.
Make it a dome and make him have to fight us. He's not on any bad logic here.
Along with the
Someone thought
fact
about adding some kind of chain that you can attach to somebody through like some sort of chomping device, so they couldn't just get run away. Maybe add to your
Yeah.
shield or something.
Well, that'd be good, but the whole option, what we have right now, what we know in the field, Irenaeus is talking sense. Being able to block off all possible exits, unless for some reason they make some gigantic magic shit that breaks open a wall, the basic stuff could be covered.
Yes.
So
For
while a lot
instance,
of his abilities are
that is one of his
defensive, he
barriers.
himself is a very
We
good
also have to
fighter
consider to
himself
the
too,
fact that we've
so.
been on missions where we've had no fortifications for any base of operations where we've had. Using your abilities, we could have at least a temporary set of fortifications to help defend ourselves at a location.
But
It's
I
not the
have
goal
to
of
say,
team, but
I'm not the team leader. It's Reed. At the
Yes.
end of the day, it's his decision. I will just give my word.
Y'all are
on-
going partnered up on a team thing. I will not disrupt them.
Yeah, he already kind of pulled me. Okay.
However, you were pulled in this conversation, and I did want your thoughts, so thank you.
Yeah, I think Celery is a great choice. If I knew more about that, the new student input was someone we was talking about,
She is also an option.
but shared communication ain't exactly top notch.
What about
Yes.
Yasashi?
Which is right there, so he should probably give his own word.
What?
We're figuring if you gathering you up on a team for the mission.
What would be your squad's primary function?
My list.
Yeah.
Primary.
So, with the idea of, with Selrin, you would get barriers that would make it so opponents can't escape, especially if they're in very, very cramped areas, in buildings we don't know that they do.
Can't escape
If you were to
enter.
choose another member, why specifically?
I'm not opposed to the option. I'm also just throwing in ideas, considering I'm trying to go based off of elemental capabilities as well. What combinations can be used. That's why I brought up Yasashi as well, considering he is water. Fuel is lightning, I am lightning, and he also has ice.
You can speak.
Well, I was just waiting for my turn. But when it comes to that elemental combination, is that really gonna matter in the long term? I think we're not gonna be working in groups of just a single one of us and four of us just rushing it. It's probably gonna be a culmination of us like the last one.
Yes.
It's gonna
Yes.
be a combination.
There's the chance.
And as well.
Elements should.
I was
well,
sparring with.
I feel like people should compliment each other based on how they use their abilities. I think is what's
That's
being
fair
said.
too.
There is
I
the
think that's what the
chance
majority of this team is.
that we may all potentially be in a single building. There's the chances that we may be splitting into a squad takes a building, and you will be separated and no longer have line of sight to each other. We're unfamiliar with the area. We're also unfamiliar with the exact specifications of our mission. We're aware that it's Kaminari Alley, yes. What's the plan for after? Currently?
Having to clean up whatever's left.
Well, yes. That means that they're farther out from Kaminari Alley. We would have to expand in a circle. We would become farther and farther away from each other. Primarily, what we want isn't just to eliminate all of the cultists we come across. What we want is information. It's what we've been sorely lacking about Israel.
Yeah. It's the primary goal, while cleaning up cultists is the secondary goal.
Yes. Which is also another reason why I think a dome and being able to make it so they can't escape will be useful.
Yeah.
I'm willing to hear other alternatives, but instead of just elemental combinations, I want to hear more. Elemental combinations is a valid reason. I'm not criticizing that. I more want to hear strategies. What is the plan for the team? What happens, then what happens, then what happens, and then the enemy is defeated.
The way, so this is how I usually go about it, right? When I'm making my teams, I usually think of what compositions, who can be placed where, what strategies we can come up with, what backup strategies we can also have, etc. Formations also play a part into it, as we know, because formations are going to be a key aspect into this, concerning its close quarters.
Yeah, there's a lot of narrow areas, so you'll have, like you said, formation's gonna be key on this.
Mm-hmm. And it can depend on the composition. You could have, perhaps, if it was not close range, it would be optimal to have at least a range in your group. But
if it truly
depends on
comes
the
down
scenario, I'd
to
say.
range, I believe I can cover that single-handedly. With the fact we're at close quarters.
Show on the ground, we keep enough attention off of them.
There's also whether or not I'm actually going to go into close quarters with you. If it's going actually into buildings, that would mean I would have to ground myself and walk. I can do this. I'm not as effective while doing it. I also would lose line of sight to anything happening outside of the building.
All I do want to say is keep in mind, there's still going to be a lot of smog down there. So, for those
I'm aware.
who can't... Yeah.
We are going to have gas masks.
Inflammable.
I'm already on that already.
Good, thank you. I'm going to need one of those.
Mhm.
I'm going to be flying, where it's going to be the worst. Yes.
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on an all-aerial squad? Now, hear me out when I say this. A lot of us are probably going to be fighting on the ground, and they're going to be expecting us to be charging that way. But if a squad that's hanging back, that's ready to go on a moment's notice, but can also provide long-range engagement, could be really helpful.
Also help with scouting, if available.
But that could be troublesome if they get caught, because then the whole element of surprise thing can be a problem. But if we do need it, and we will probably need it, it might be something to at least consider. Not telling y'all to change our
I don't think
now.
I don't think the option for an all-aerial squad is still possible anymore. But having aerial options in at least one of the squads is a valid point.
Yeah.
I mean, we're
Not
going into
think
their
about
home
it.
base, so we gotta keep on our toes that we're in their
Territory. They're gonna know it better than us.
Well, they're in my place I used to live. So.
You would know some of the back routes and some of the stuff they probably take to
Back
get
routes.
us the best.
I know every single inch of that area.
There's a very good chance what's going to end up happening is that your squads are going to enter buildings. Good. We already have a map of the area around Kaminari Alley, but we need more.
Yeah, yeah.
How do y'all feel about people that can use tremor sense? The smoke could be probably pretty heavy, so I might skill some visuals. But people who could feel around the ground might find enemy task force that might be trying to sneak up on us. They ain't gonna play clean, we know that for a fact.
That could actually be incredibly useful about knowing who's present in a building. I can cover a good majority of that in a mana sense. However,
There might be some.
There might be some runes that can cover that, but I know
Bonnie has that ingrained in her whole person.
what this does.
what exactly is this?
It's all that far. It's for movement detection for myself, so I can read people's movements when they're in the range.
Oh, is that what that's always been?
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, it's more like movement detection, basically.
Yeah, we want to be ready for a bunch of things, because they're going to jump us, because we're going in their home base. They're going to know it better than us, so we're going to need some way to get around that.
Yes.
They're going to probably use
If-
some
Long-range stuff along with close range.
Around that because I don't step.
If it's going to be sending all of the squads into a building, I should be able to simply go outside and be the aerial support you all need. If anything tries to escape, provided it's not blocked by a dome, I can simply deal with it.
Yeah. Basically, I think that could work because you can be outside. Have the people who can do air support way outside, and the rest of us who are on ground can take care of the ones who are in close quarters inside the buildings. As well, we call, with the whole runic thing called.
That's the case.
We also got to keep in mind about
I
traps.
think for aerial, considering I will already be staying outside, I'm aware that I can select an individual to be a bodyguard. In that case, me and whoever I bring will be the aerial squad. Especially because if it were to be part of one of your squads, whoever is not aerial would be sent in, while aerial would stay out, and it would inherently split everything we've attempted to create.
If I may interject.
Yes.
So,
Go for it.
I know we're seeing it from our aspect, but I'd also like to try to think of another side.
Somebody told me there's two ways you should be looking at something.
So we're looking at it from our way. But what if we look at it from their way? Knowing that there are a bunch of cultists who are trying to keep something secret. What enforcements do you think they'd have? What traps do you think they set? What options would you think they'd be ready for if the moment somebody got alerted? How would they defend themselves? I think that's
problem
stuff we
is-
need to think about when it comes to our strategy.
We have. And ultimately the answer is we don't know enough. We just simply do not have that information.
I think something to keep in mind is that they could use acid as they did during the last mission. But
Yes,
they
that
could
is
also
something
set
we've
up
already
traps,
accounted for.
especially with.
Ah,
And
I
they
have a
might be able to
question.
set up runes somewhere as well.
Yes.
So
If it's runes,
we may be
Yes.
choosing squads of 5 instead of 4. I've
Oh.
not got it
Understood.
confirmed yet. Because there's only 4 slots left, and there are a lot more students than 4 left.
So that makes a
And
lot
we would
more.
be choosing that 5th, knowing that if for some reason someone is unable
You should
to
have a solid 4.
be there,
And
you
then
still
have
have
a
the
figure
solid
for a
4.
fifth.
Yes. Figure out what type of squad you want to create. And then,
Like I said, it's
once
not
you have your four,
confirmed yet, but
I
I'll
have
let
something
you
to
know.
put in your head. How many people in our place know covert operations, like the sneaking stealth stuff?
not many.
But how many do we actually have on queue, if we was to put that?
I was gonna say that
I can only think of one.
I was learning under
Let's-
Jakuno for a bit, so I was
Yes.
trying to lean more into that.
But the thing is, if you're gonna have someone in that kind of role, you need to have them have at least one partner.
Yeah,
That
that's
can
what I'm trying
not
to
hinder
figure.
them at all.
With two people at least. But I'm thinking,
Currently,
what if we have
I
our
believe
own
the
type of
only one.
infiltrator in them?
Currently, I believe the only person, well, the only two individuals capable of doing that are either Blitz or Winter.
Well, we got two real intelligent
They're both
people
already
that-
selected.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're commanders, aren't they?
They are
But
commanders.
that's not. Well, I'm not getting at the team formation. What I'm thinking here. Well, I guess.
Honestly,
Then I guess the team
for our
formation.
side of things, since we don't have like Blades or Winters, for our side of things, I could possibly do that sort of thing because I used to, do runs, operations as a knight. So, one point without any darkness or whatever magic. So.
Yeah, I was saying maybe you two. If I gotta put my foot into this, and I'm gonna get full sprint into this. We're fighting on information, right? We don't have enough to make good moves.
Yes.
We have
Primarily,
people
what
who
we
are
want
smart
from
that
this
can move.
is to get information. The first encounter will tell us how the rest will go.
Yeah, we should have teams ready to go on the moment that shit goes south. But we should try to do this thing quiet before we strike. The more information we have, the less traps we run into. The less traps we run into, the less stamina we lose, and keep our efficiency running. I think we
Yes.
got to put our trust in some people to do what they need to do. And I think making a small team of covert would be in our best interest. Because as soon as we go in there kicking doors down and styling
Gives them
people
some
up,
information to know.
We
before
need
go in.
individuals who have perception abilities, like what you demonstrated with motion detection, or the tremor sense that you were speaking of earlier.
Well, in the case, I can see through dark, like without lights or anything, because passive, me being a wolf, I can see in the dark. If things go, if they start to shut off the power or whatnot.
Yes, we may have to actually take that into account, that they might create a
why-
blackout the second we start.
then wouldn't a team of covert be one of our best options? Because as soon as you start kicking down the doors and start fighting them, they're gonna get in defensive. And remember, we're not on home territory. We're gonna be rushing into ambushes, and we're gonna be running into traps.
I understand your point. I don't think we have enough individuals to create that kind of team, was my point when talking about Blitz and Winter.
Also,
The
if
team
we were gonna
itself
be
has
doing
merit.
something like that,
We have no one to be on it.
About us.
Well, that's why as soon as... Well, I was gonna say, if we did that small group, as soon as something go wrong and they call us in, we move in. And we don't go slow. We go fast, and we go hard.
Do we know that there isn't enough for that? Have we asked any
We do not know for
professors
sure.
that if they know it?
We do not know for sure. At the current moment, I'm at least not remembering any others with that type of skill set beyond Blitz and Winter.
I mean, it'd be worth it talking to them and figuring if
Here,
something could be done with it.
Yes. You also may want to
Your
consider.
partner. I just don't know if that's
Hmm?
him just moving really fast or not.
Oh, Indra.
He's gone from one place to another very.
It's-
I can't tell if
it's
that's
speed.
something like that or. Okay.
It's less actually
I don't
being
know.
covert.
I want to put in options that give us the most information that put us the least at risk. I
Yes.
figuring with the cultists now have just lost a bunch, they might be trying to recruit people, you know? Filling their numbers.
That's actually most likely an assurity.
It's most
Yeah.
likely using rumors to catch people and bring them in to their sides and pretty much recruiting them from those said rumors that they're creating down there.
We can also expect that we're going to run into horrific things. We haven't actually found what they needed all those bodies for. With the batteries.
Just remembering last time I was there, I did see a ruin etched into a wall in an alleyway. Last time I was there with Wilhelm.
Let me
If it gets
ask a
confirmed
question.
that we have 5, you may also want to consider taking both Yasashi and Selren. And we don't have to discuss which alternative. You can simply have both.
Do we have people that know maybe more? Well, I guess you could get virtues, but I'm saying more like high level surveillance magic or something that we can keep a beat on some of our people without them getting straight up discovered, just in case shit goes wrong. Maybe I'm going in on the stealth.
I
thing
can
too
simply
high,
cover
but I
most of
really
that.
think if you go
Look,
and
it's-
hit the nest, they're gonna scatter like bugs.
I cover all
Well,
of
I
that.
want to point out, down in Israel, people already know about us. They've seen our face before, since the tournament was taken there in Israel.
Correct.
So,
There's
going
also the
stealth
fact I
would
cover
be
surveillance.
hard.
Virtues and I have very similar skill sets.
Yeah, something we have for that could like down the number of damage, and at least when we go in there, we know what we're hitting and we know where we're going. If we're going in there blind, they could get out them horrific things they've been doing and just move it somewhere else, and then we're back to square one all over again. I know
Yes.
this thing comes with risk, but it's something to consider with the stealth. We gotta trust in our peoples. If we've got the best of the best here that do their job, it's time to show it.
Cube.
Oh,
Consider
on
Cube.
Winter's team.
He's already been selected
Cube's
for
on
Winter's
Winter's
team.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
Yeah, this drafting stuff ain't exactly easy.
No.
It's not, especially.
Well, thinking about it for who can use stealth, the one person I can see is probably the one I saw is Mel, because she uses dark magic with
And Mel will be really good in a
Can
skirmish.
she decrease the
She'll-
size
she'll
of that
blind.
dark cloud?
That I don't know.
That is massive and will entirely counteract the idea of me being surveillance.
Yeah.
Well, that would be.
Well,
I would not be able to
downside
see
is-
anything.
Well, the downside with the Mel, when I fought her, she nullifies my magic attack if I didn't get close to her. So she nullifies all magic attack.
Wait, so she'd be really good against the valve things, right? The thing that tries to take the mana from you?
I don't know. 100% on that.
Is it just your
That's
magic
something we
attack?
have to
investigate more.
Is it all magic attack?
All magic attack.
Then what the hell is that vial thing?
It's nice to meet you. I'm Xander.
But remember, it's within proximity,
Letty.
so it's not widespread. It's more close.
But that could also be useful considering we're going to Israel and they could have gadgets.
Hmm.
There's gonna be a lot more exciting, huh? Might need Mel.
There's also a problem.
A lot more of this stuff.
Yeah.
Provided that they do that gigantic dark cloud. Anyone in our squad's remotely light aligned. We will immediately begin to hurt them.
Well, that's why
I
it
have
would be
news.
in more of the
Yeah.
fate. Oh,
We've been approved for fit slots.
All teams?
Yes, all teams. If you are missing one person on the day of, you still go in with your 4, but you are allowed a 5th if they are there. And make your decision on Selrin, because if you're not taking him, I am.
Do you have somebody that's capable of barrier or shielding?
Yes,
Yeah, you do.
I am.
But you're also the healer, aren't you?
I am an all-rounder. My weakest spot is offense.
Is anyone
But I'm
on your
all-rounder.
squad knowledgeable of mending?
Yes. That is, Nako.
I hadn't known that. Thank you.
They, I have to have mending on whenever I'm with, Lance for his armor.
I think for me, I'm going to need a healer most likely because I can't heal. So
I would suggest
I'm more kind of defense slash offense.
We may want to turn your squad into simultaneously support and perception. I'm unsure if we can do infiltrators. But if we do encounter that we have the ability to do infiltrators, that'll be for your squad as well.
We could still figure it out, but we don't know exactly if it's possible.
I refuse to send one at a time. It has to be a small group.
It has to be a
Or at
group,
least
yes,
two groups working in tandem at least.
Yeah.
That's at the least. Yeah, I saw that you just got that dropped on you.
So
I saw it above my head, so.
Put it this way, turn my squad from balance towards like support slash interpret, or in a way, because I have Kolo who has a big shield who can throw stuff as well punch things. So
He's also what I like to call a breaker.
yeah.
Like he goes head first, straight through just about anything that's in front of him.
Yeah, it's the best is just to turn my squad to
Yeah,
interpret.
that's my brother for you. He do something like that. Am I considered a breaker then?
I am considering a Mel for your squad.
The thing is,
It'll be conditional.
Turn off. Yeah, because if I get close to her, all my equipment turns off, and I'm useless without it.
Yes.
So I'm trying to be more logic-wise for my squad to make things sense.
Personally, I feel like Selrim would be more fitting for your squad.
It's done then.
Considering that you are made for supporting a defense, your weakest point is offense. You don't know what would
I said
happen
for me
if you get
personally,
hurt.
my weakest point is offense, but as a squad, my squad is balanced.
I'll just say on the record that a good defense can also help out a good offense. Selrin can put them in the dome and they gotta fight. They can't run away.
You okay with this, Uranus?
Yes. I'm fine with it. The primary thing I'm considering is the fact we're lacking in perception. I can handle most large-scale surveillance. However, if the building is suitably large enough, I can't see toward the center.
Then
For actually casing out the innards of the building and what may potentially be in there, we would want at least several individuals on your squads to be capable of any sort of perception skill.
Then, in the case, I can take Yasushi on my squad for perception. So, perceptive, in a way.
I'm still working.
Did you say that detection only gave you information from those who stepped inside it or in the area around it?
It's in it. So whenever they touch it, I can feel it.
So you wouldn't be able to walk inside of the building and get a good idea of the numbers?
My team.
go do so.
I could go through some walls as long as it's wood.
About it.
I don't know about stone though.
Let them know.
From my understanding,
I would consider that less of a perception ability and more of a combat ability.
Team for my group as before, so we've talked most of our stuff.
Mhm.
But adding you into
Biol for our team technically has teleporting, but he could be getting a good vantage point for us.
Familiar with who it is.
Exactly. Considering he knows his ins and outs of Israel, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, that is also his hometown, so he also would know
Yes.
the same kind of thing that Raga know.
You mentioned tremor sense. Who's capable of tremor sense?
That's Bonnie. She's one of the newest students that came from the Israel tournament. So she's physically blind, but
She has very good tremor sense that can go
No, I know who
As
you're
far as I
speaking
know,
of. I've met them.
through territory. Yeah.
One more time.
I
Sorry,
definitely
my
can
ears
tell
are
you they're a
kinda
good
recovering.
close range fighter, and they'll give somebody a hell of a fight.
And
They
Good.
fought me,
They're right
and,
over there.
We exchanged some good matches. I will swear by them. They will be good for close range.
Should I not be over here then?
That's fine. I'm listening too. So
The question is, do we want to have
strategy.
perception split across all of the squads in case you're separated? So that each of you is capable of getting information? They're currently leaving, if any of you wants them. Oh, they stopped. What type of squad? What type of squad did you intend on creating? You already said all-rounder, right?
yes, to have like some balance in a way. But mostly when I grab a healer, mostly. So, because since we don't really have much a healer on our team.
Bonnie! Come here a second.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
We're going
You
over
wanna
some
make a
strategy for dealing with some big bad threats, and I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
When it comes to your tremor sense, can you feel that through buildings, or is it only like...
It's about a 50 feet radius. Anything within that 50 feet I can see. Well, see.
Yeah. We're
That will
trying to
work.
think of getting surveillance and figuring out dodging traps and such. And I figured you'd be a really good person for a squad.
Alright.
At least give us a good idea of numbers.
I do like that actually.
Yeah, we're going up against some cultists, some real bad people. Don't know what you've been
Some
up
angry
on, but
people.
Now, whether or
I'm
not...
not caught up on much, but I know that it's a ongoing threat.
Yes. And from what Stone said, you're capable of defending yourself, yes?
Correct?
In that case, whether or not you go on Rygo or
Actually,
Reed's team...
not just myself. I can help protect others as well. I can... Probably easier to show than say, but... I can raise up walls.
Could you give me a demonstration of that?
That's right, I didn't actually get to see you,
don't do that like right
see a
next
lot
to
of your
us. Like,
skills.
I ain't doing it
Well,
right next to you.
I have more trust that she won't
Show
hurt
it
us
over
than
there.
that.
Please. I'll come with
It's
you.
more...
Question, would you still be wanting to fight today? Or do you just not want to?
Whenever he
I could.
does Potter, he does
Alright.
maybe recommending ones in, so that way
capable of raising one. But if you actually stand in front of me for a moment, if you don't mind,
3.5 fights.
it's not going to affect you, I promise. You are not in danger. I would not put you in that position unless we were sparring, and even then.
How far in front of you?
I am also capable of covering 4 sides.
I'm about to do my fifth in like 15 minutes.
Are you? Really?
I'm so proud.
Oh shit!
Wow.
I'm glad.
You will very much do.
Didn't hit
Consider yourself recruited.
Understood. Well, I guess I got recruited for something.
I'm living the life.
Hell yeah.
I'm just relying on my wings right now. No.
They could be very good for blocking off exits potentially, or
I've seen everything I've needed. We're taking her.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. She would be really good for blocking off exits as well.
Yes, the question still remains,
and she is
your
a team
team or
player.
Ryga's.
I'd be glad to take her.
That most likely will come down to elemental compatibility. However, the vast majority of your squad is unknown.
She takes mending. From what it looks like.
No, she's not
I'm
a
correct, no?
machine. No, she's not a machine.
I just healed
No,
her naturally with
she is a
magic.
demon.
Oh, I wouldn't say a demon.
She just takes normal healing as far as I know.
She does. I just healed her, Stone.
Well, there you go. Vivid just checked off on it.
Is she Earth? Just Earth?
Yeah.
based?
Just Earth.
Yeah, as far as I remember, it was just her.
However,
So she shouldn't be a.
you're Dark Lightning. You have mending, but you have no healing capabilities, yes?
I have no healing capabilities, but I also have, like I said, I can do potions for myself.
Yes. Currently, considering the fact you are both lightning, and I believe Biol is also lightning and ice.
Yeah,
he is lightning as well, yes.
I think there's more utility on Bonish. Bonish being on your team.
Bonnie.
Bonnie.
I mean, I think so too. Oh.
It's
Anybody else see
coming
that?
from inside the barrier.
Ah.
They're being broken against the barrier.
So was that be old Bonnie, me, you? We need to figure at least one more, right?
I think there's more utility
Yeah.
of being on Ryga's team.
Oh, for sending her on Raga's team? Or?
Yes.
I mean, I could definitely promise you. that
Viewing it
she
from
is a
elemental
team player.
compatibility.
We're just talking over strategy, Professor.
Currently,
Just wanted to check if that's really it.
if you were to take
We don't
Bonnie,
want to send Scurry in the moment.
there's no way to heal them on your team.
Trying to think of some teams that might have some different ways to get in there, and we get information.
Beyond
There.
potions.
But if we have a fifth,
And take them out.
Yes.
only potions. But if that's the case for a fifth member, I would most likely find a healer.
Anyways, if you want to start your
If that's
training
the
again,
case.
become the world's strongest defender. Let's start it again. It's held month for all the students.
I only
So,
debate.
I
I
just
only
gotta
base
wait
it
till
off
next week.
of
I'm clearing
if
off injured reserve next week.
we
but
only
I
have one that
really
can
gotta get
do.
back on.
How do I put this? For
Who's the
instance, I
voter,
didn't take a
Professor?
healer when we did the
Your
first
injury's
mission
already clear. We'll
because
start again tomorrow.
one,
I'll fully heal you
Daniel
until you're
was a light
top-notch.
user,
Remember, you
and
know
I
what
also
I
had
could do.
Stone and Hezekiah.
So you should be good, ready to go.
Hezekiah can be healed by Daniel, but he couldn't heal me. So I wasn't worried about myself. But Stone couldn't be healed by Daniel because he didn't know mending, so I covered that thing. But if it was based off of what I had now with Heal and Stone, I'm the only one who can provide mending to them both. But I wouldn't be able to provide healing to myself unless it's by health potions.
Biol has mending bandages on him, so that's for us not true.
I didn't know about that, but that's good to know.
Yeah, he carries a couple because of situations with me and him. And if we tell him and prep in advance, he could definitely make a couple. So we would have that covered. He's one of the dudes that knows the best things about runes on the campus.
And you can identify him, if I recall.
That
Comes
too. So it
across
could
him.
help. It could help us avoid traps and some other blunders that might not be, might be picked up by like
Mhm.
senses.
Correct.
Yeah, every squad's gonna play an integral part of this mission, whether they think so or not. Whether it's
We may
clearing out
actually have the
cultists,
ability to
taking
do
out
covert.
traps.
Nako can shrink
See,
people.
that's what I'm thinking. That too. Just gonna let you know that probably people who shrink are gonna take a lot longer to get to where they need to go. So
Yes.
keep that in mind.
However, it's a possibility. On the other side, Nako's ability to make us larger is going to be restricted, at least in close quarters. It's possible, maybe useful for myself, staying outside.
But what about a what's it called? It's like a thing that a fork has. Basically, no, not sprung.
Prong.
A multi-prong attack. As soon as
Generally, this entire thing will be a multi-prong attack.
Yeah, but as
Mostly
soon as
with
the
me
first person
covering it.
kicks open the door, we flood.
Fighting in a smaller area with a large amount of us is going to be difficult.
Yeah,
The more cramped it becomes, the harder it becomes to fight. Most likely what's going to happen is that each squad is going to take a room and then continue moving down the rooms.
I was gonna say, if we could have some training of some Kikusi, close quarters, like training in a way to, prepare for us for a long term.
I did recommend a small shield line too for people to rotate in and out. So we got maybe defenders in the front, and then as soon as the impact is made, attackers flood around.
And we are going to want someone to block off exits.
Exactly. If we also surround an enemy, they can't escape unless they have to deal with one of us.
Yes. It will become harder to not hit each other upon flooding a room, which is a concern.
I mean, that's that's what the QCQ training should be for.
There's only so much training that can help combat that. If you shove 20 fighters into a small room, you're going to hit your allies. It is more of a fact than something that can be avoided.
This. I understand all those, but if you're always gonna ever look at the negatives, you ain't never gonna make a decision.
You still need to account for
Some
them.
negatives.
And I am making a
I know
decision.
that. All right.
The negatives of trying to flood into a room are too high, so we won't be doing that.
I feel like we've said we won't do that to a bunch of plans.
We've actually made a lot of progress. I think you're focusing on it too much.
Yeah, that would be me, I guess.
What we're trying to do right now is figure out what kind of environment we're going into. A lot of our plan will change depending on the terrain. For instance, how large is the building? If the building can fit all of us, yes, we'll flood in. If the building cannot fit all of us, a single squad should go in.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't be interrupting, I'm sorry.
No,
what do you have to say?
Go for it.
Buildings in Israel are typically on the larger side depending on what floor you're on.
And what about it's gonna be in the lower sector? What about housing there?
Since those are mostly factories, they would be on the larger side from what I remember.
Factories and some residential areas, some,
Yes.
but not a lot.
We will leave that decision to be made on the actual mission, rather than trying to develop a plan for it now. What we should be focusing on now is finishing out the squads. And close quarters combat training will be happening for all of us. That's already in the
Besides, we
cards.
might know more information as the weeks progress.
Yes, I now have more
We'll,
questions.
Only know little details.
which I'll be finding out those details, so you can better form your squads.
In the case, what's the best ways you can have to form my squad in a way? Like, what's the, say, suggestions or guidelines for my squad?
I would say, we do not currently know whether or not we will be constantly with each other, or if there will be something that will separate us into having to lose line of sight. Continue to build your squad to be all-rounded. However, if you find an option for a perception, ability, or skill, or something that can get you information about the area that we're in, take it. Instead of trying to build a squad for it.
I'd say it's better to have an option just to keep aware of your surroundings, no matter what. Don't exactly know what we're dealing with, but what we do know is we're not mainly there to fight cultists. Our main objective is to investigate, learn more. If we have to fight a cultist, so be it.
And if remembering is that Mika has their set of like squads to help and protect. And remember from the headmistress saying that they're willing to send their squads with us, and they know the risk going down there. So
we'll at least have some assistance down where we're going to be deployed.
Yeah, which is why I think the infiltration is still going to be really important. Because if we know again how to push in, where to strike, we'll have a giant force behind us. I still keep my foot firm on
We'll
the
have an
idea.
advantage. Somewhat of an advantage.
If I'm
We
able
stop
to,
playing by their rules.
could try to get contact with the knights over there to try to get information from them.
Anything that would help.
Yeah.
We gotta stop playing by their rules of engagement. We gotta pick our battles and when to have them. We aren't at the mercy of trying to hunt them down. We're at the thinking level of setting up a plan to take them down effectively.
Ironically, I think that would actually just be by the stadium on the other side.
Yeah. And I probably want to finish this conversation and start at my side things start on.
Yes.
Of digging, so.
I'm going to go that your squad is going to take Bonnie. For the simple fact of your squad is currently unable to heal her. That could change, but that's the current situation.
The problem
And
is
yes,
I have to find a
healers.
healer that's capable of doing non-light.
Trying to figure who.
I don't heal using my light, but I'm not necessarily mobile, is the problem. I'm mobile in water.
Could you get
You
a
will
river
not.
to get
You will
chill
not
before
want
the
to be in
mission
any of the
starts?
bodies of water.
No, I am aware. They're working.
What was that?
James and
What was
Rupert
the
are
water
working on
concern that I was hearing earlier?
That was a separate concern on whether or not Israel's water supply was being tampered with, but it's not.
My question was more if Vivi could get a chair change or like an upgrade to it before the mission comes
Rupert
up.
and James are working on one.
I'm not going to bank on
Is
that.
Rupert really skilled at doing that?
That's why he's help. I think that's why he's getting James help.
That's fair. I'm just thinking if you can get some mobile motion, then we can definitely probably use something with it. But
I think we've
I can't say for sure.
talked about this enough overall.
Mhm.
I'm going to put a pin in this, at least for a little while, and see if we can get more information. Continue forming your squad, And you now have an extra person.
Do you
Or
do you
two
want me to
extra
talk
people.
to Bonnie for you?
If you want to, you can.
Up to
I've
you.
already
I can
let her
always
know
just
she's
open the door and
recruited.
let him know.
And she's with Raga, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to make sure she knew who she was with. But if you're good, you're good.
Also keep in mind about the armored fella.
Ozaru?
You did mention about that last week to keep them in mind.
Yes. I believe the other cavalry member, his song is being covered by Aura.
Yeah.
I think so. It was either Aura or Blitz. It was one of the two.
Blitz.
As far as I'm aware.
Blitz has song.
Right.
As far as I'm aware,
Hey,
he
it
is
seems like
ice
I've
and
handled the
wind.
most part of this. You could take care of the rest, alright?
Yep. Thank you for chiming in, Bo.
Yeah.
Iron Dragon, ice and wind. How do you think that would do on your squad?
Honestly, I'd say it would fit more as if they're more armored based, we would have an extra frontliner.
They are.
More of an
Their
all-around
magic is
tank
weaker than their
slash
actual melee
offense.
compatibilities. Primarily, they are a melee combatant with their full set of armor. They are
So
also
they're more
capable
of
of
a
flight.
frontliner with stone.
Yes, they are primarily
So
more
they
of a
can do aerial
frontliner.
a little bit too.
Yes. Currently, I think it'd be a good pick for your squad.
And then I would have to leave that last option up for grabs. And
Yes.
it's a decision of whether or not to get a healer or find someone that could, I'd say, have some perception, some way. I already have Beal who could technically look out for traps of any kind with his knowledge of runes and his teleportation.
Yes. Overall, I think from this point on in the planning process, the two of you should work together about how to continue building your squads. And of the available members left, who would be more useful? My primary function is going to be the overall high strategy, not on developing the squads. I've already butted in more than I should have.
And then, just in case, for my squad, I'll add a Valkyrie, so I can have a healer on my side, on my squad.
Yes.
I don't have a healer, so
I would say we are in dire need of healers.
I think James could do something with a bit of perception trap-wise.
I remember. Oh, he has a set of goggles he uses. So
He has some gadget that helps him. So that is an option.
yeah,
He can also fight.
yeah. Because I recently just fought him, and he is a good fighter. So for Valkyrie.
If you are considering him, approach him.
James, I can yeah, consider he's another Uzilian.
If we do encounter the situation where we aren't separated from each other, it's good that we have specialized squads. If we have a squad that's more support and perception, they can help. Let us avoid traps. Let us figure out how many people are inside a building, where our enemies are. Well,
Get a number of
Breaker
count,
Squad.
basically.
Yes.
The more information we know, the more that we have an advantage of going into a fight if it happens.
Yes. We need information and we need healers. So make do of that what you will. But from now on, I'm going to leave this to you two.
Okay.
If you would like my opinion on a selection, do bring it to me. But I believe I've told you about your selections enough.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yes. And now we may break. Yes. Have I kept you waiting long? Saw you come around several times.
Not exactly. I just came back because I was flying around though. Well, say so you have opportunity. I'm just curious about if you're gonna select the fifth members, considering I've been informed that each team can have up now to 5 members.
Yes.
Please keep me updated so I can inform my others which people are left available.
Yes. Currently, we've only added 2 selections. We now have Sauron and we have Bonnie.
Bonnie?
One of the newer students. They're capable of tremor sense and of raising walls. Which we are going to need to discuss whether or not, if we are actually within range of each other, we can still synchronize. If we're being sent in 2 completely different directions, most of that won't be useful, but it would be good if we had it. However, I mostly selected them for their ability to cut off exits and determine where people are within a 50-foot radius.
If I'm gonna take a wild guess, recently I was gonna go in there like a ember onto a piece of paper and branching out.
It's very possible that for our mission, instead of going in and exterminating, what's actually going to happen is that we are simply going to defend Kaminari Alley, and that's going to be the end of it. So we're just fortifying a position and defending it, instead of scouring. We need more information. We need more details from the
We do.
teachers. I have several questions.
Should we try to find them and try to squeeze whatever information they have?
Primarily, Sayori, but I have not seen her around.
I've seen her around back and forth, and I think I know semi what she is doing.
Yes. I would say overall, I think we've discussed about the mission enough for today.
Yeah. At least I believe you have, considering, well, from the
It
looks
has
of
been
it, you've been
non-stop.
in that kind of conversation. Exactly.
Even my
And you have
patience
had the
has
luxury of
limits.
being able to. Yes, it does. Though at least you have the luxury of being able to do so.
Which commanders are you missing? Archons?
I'm missing Archons and...
And there's no chance you're going to get Blitz away right now.
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting Blitz away, for obvious reasons. And then there's a third issue.
Winter. I believe I saw him earlier. Is he no longer present?
Yes. No, that's not the issue.
Is it something new?
It's honestly, if you just piece 2 and 2 together, and it's very easy to figure out. Long story short, He's in a very, very bad mood, apparently, today.
Is he not capable of stowing it?
From the impression I got when I tried to ask him for confirmations.
Wonderful. Fantastic.
And
While
I think I even
tiring,
know
this was
why.
valuable. Oh.
And I think I know where this dispute came from. And even you should be able to figure that out.
Hmm.
We got a very good clue earlier in our first talk.
I do believe so. Well, I have already been going around talking through the logic of why the other mission's more important. Hello, Lance.
Hello.
I'm going to want to speak with you later. I've heard you've been sparring most of the Vanguard.
Understood. I am free whenever. I am done with my training day today. It is not wise for me to continue on sparring, as my armor has taken a fair bit of damage over time.
Use something on call for you to have mending for it.
Nako is not here right now. However, there are ways, in case of an emergency. However, this is not an emergency yet.
Yes. I also actually had some information I needed to share with you urgently.
Understood.
Are you aware of the student Amel?
Yes, I believe so.
I recently learned that, at least in very close proximity to them, Magitech turns off.
Correct.
You're already aware of this, then.
It does not function the exact same way with me. It does turn it off. However, the way that my Magitech is used, it more lowers the function over time, the more I'm exposed to it. However, they have not wanted to test this theory, but I tested it when walking next to them, since this does not turn off permanently. If it were to turn off, it would be for a couple seconds until I am farther away from them again. But that theory was
Good
wrong
to
when
know.
I walked past them.
I figured I should warn you regardless.
They warned me the minute they saw me, as they heard about my Magitech. Long-term exposure is detrimental. However, brushing up against them will not kill me. Mainly because that is how this armor functions. It is not as simple as turning off a battery.
Good to know.
Is there anything else that you would like to speak about?
I do wish to hear about the Vanguard, but in a bit.
Understood.
To be honest with you, I've had enough discussion.
Very much.
Has it been in pain today?
It's currently been meetings the entire day.
That sounds unfortunate. I saw Sabriel a second ago and turned around to talk to someone.
She continued down the path. I believe she went inside the school.
I will see her eventually.
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not the. I almost stepped on Menace. This tiny crab mode right now.
I've already been speaking with several of the others about how we're going on the wrong mission.
Oh, yes, we are.
However,
The orders
they're
are
not who we
orders.
need. Yes, they're not who we need to convince. I'm going to watch that spar.
You do so.
That's an allergy. Some people are born with bodies that treat certain substances like poison, even if they're not poisonous to other people in their species or their family.
Actually, I gotta go talk to someone real quick.
So
You two
there
talk
is
to me.
not
I'll be right back.
instances where simply not had milk
Honestly,
before.
something like flash step or
So his body was not
Europe
used
is
to
so fucking tall despite not drinking milk. I guess something's truly on there.
Move
Ah,
too quickly.
He is mostly made up of air.
Listen,
Air can stretch as much as it wishes.
honestly moving fast enough.
listen,
to
I
make
wish
sense
to be
of it,
someday
keep up.
tall.
Which was
Something.
You'll get there.
By all means.
Someday.
Not quite the same way
Someday.
as some other people may use the
Sander
light.
told me that there
Most
was a
people
man
travel
named
with light.
Lactose that grew.
The way I utilize my lightning is having
I not to be rude, but I wouldn't trust many things that kind of just come out of Xander's mouth.
You can basically disregard it.
I made Europa angry.
Why did you make Europa angry and why are you giddy
He was
about
having
it?
a panic attack about something, a vision that he had. He had a vision that a councilman might get executed in 2 weeks.
But I may also spin into a wall.
Fine, Menace.
I see.
Take a seat. Elaborate.
Sometimes I don't turn as
Wanna tag along to the game room
Bori,
for
can you put on like earplugs or something?
Sure.
Sorry, I said that around you. Do you want me to make you some?
No.
Okay.
I got it.
Europa said something about he saw a vision where in 4 weeks maybe actually instead of 2, something like that.
I don't know.
A council member may get executed through a trial.
I have given the information I already have towards them.
He got mad at me because I told him if he's gonna have a panic attack, do it in the room. That way he can calm down and, you know, explain the situation better.
But that is all I wanted to elaborate on.
If it's through a trial, then I'm not sure I see what the issue is.
Whenever you want.
I don't know either.
Was this through
He said if it's
Beneficial to do such again.
I don't know. He just ran up to the professor, out of breath, gasping, breathing, upset. That's why I told him if you're gonna have a panic attack, do it in the room.
I just
Because that's not gonna help anybody.
I
He was probably
like
not
the
panicking.
words of idea you had, except it was very forward enough that the person having it felt very
I might just be a little fed up because they do this a little too often. But that is my bad if that is the case. I don't see the issue in what I said, but if
And so the
that's how it was
topic's no
worded.
longer school business related, or?
Few more seconds.
Okay.
understood.
Is there anything you want to say, Ernest?
I'm going to
Or
go
you,
speak
Mal, I'm
to
sorry.
Europa.
Okay.
No, I definitely see where you're coming from. Like, you are correct, it is a better environment.
A moment.
But, I think it could be worded a bit differently to where it's not.
I'm actually going to ask you, can this take a moment? I'm currently trying to investigate something.
Like, an order in that regard.
Bori can undo her ears.
This is something. Well, it can wait technically, though it's something you might want to hear from what you just overheard.
Is it about a vision?
Just making our situation even. Oh.
Yes, that's what I was about to go investigate. I had just heard.
I say give Europa some space and then talk to him when it's kind of bedtime.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yes. I currently have my own suspicion of who and why.
Because I understand the feeling behind it, but it is one of those things of
Which,
speak through its mind,
if it's
take your
if it's what I think,
properly.
I don't see the issue.
When someone's not under,
However, it does prove everything I just said more correct. The crumbling. That's a death blow. Which I'm going to go ask directly.
Well, as I said, first because maybe the magic teaching goes off there. Sometimes we hear it. Sometimes we don't. Oh yeah, I'm on vacation. Getting so much work done.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready.
All right.
Oh.
He had it covered.
I mean, he asked for it.
They're hungry.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Stand back up. At least like stop sniffling. Come on, chin up.
I'll fucking sniff it. I fought 5 damn times.
I only learned that about an hour or two ago.
Yeah, not full.
Mm.
What's your issue?
Just, yeah.
Damn it.
With practice, I might be able to sneak in somewhere if needed.
Well, you know, I'm not on there.
I don't know if you heard the word already.
Alright, we're being open about it then. Tell me about it.
Mentality.
What just happened, or the divination?
Do it again. Fuck it. Do it again.
Exactly.
If there's something new, I was currently only asking about the divination. What do you mean, what just happened? If you're talking about when you disappeared into smoke, I can ask about that later. The divination.
Or practice the divination. Alongside that one.
You're going to that stage.
Hold on, come with me.
According,
Keep talking.
That is the plus.
according to what was seen, within the next couple of weeks, one of the councilmen, the one in charge of the Undercity, will be undergoing a trial into Judgment Day, where he will be put on trial
And summarily
for what the
executed.
cult has been doing. He's either going to be executed or put behind bars. And they said that something else is going to happen 2 weeks after that, to which we don't know, as the divination was ended.
Which type of divination was this?
The first one was through the stars. The second one, the student waved a brush around and everything seemed to be coated in dark mana. That was the one that we got to see the hint of the future 2 weeks afterwards from. The one done through the stars got cut short, as something was blocking it. According to Aurora, that has never happened before. We've also seen visions of the dark mana spirits
Wait,
floating around
you
the
did
world.
star heraldry?
Aurora did. The unicorn.
I would like to know when you do that in the future. I would like to be
myself am
present.
currently studying it, but if there is ever one of them done again, I will let her know immediately.
Please do so. Now, if it's Dolian, which I am to believe
was
it's
Dolian.
Dolian, then I am once again correct. In under a month, the council will fall apart. That's
There's a
my
woman there
prediction.
Who seemed to be vampiric, with a cloak on. I don't remember if it was somebody else or if it was this man exactly, but he had the cult's insignia on his thigh. It was only there for a glimpse.
Where was he with the glimpse?
At the top, with the rest of the council members, staring down at him.
As a council member?
To my knowledge, yes. But I recommend that you get the opinions of James, Aurora, and Winter as well, as they were also there for it.
Unfortunately, that just proved everything I had predicted correct. In under a month,
Are you willing to share this prediction?
the way the council had created themselves and the way they operated things, they were doomed from failure from the start. They never delegated their authority. They never took any lieutenants. They never gave anyone a shred of their authority to act in their stead. This means that they alone are the only ones capable of doing things. However, they are not species with an unlimited stamina. They need to sleep. They need to eat. They need breaks. They will not get them. The cult has not been acting large scale. They've been acting small scale, and the council is falling apart. They've been infiltrated up to the highest level. They do not trust each other. They're having constant investigations. And they're not sleeping. They're going to crumple, with or without the cult doing something, in under 2 months. And Israel will be theirs.
The divination that was given to us gives us an estimate of 4 weeks total before this unknown circumstance happens. In 2 weeks will be his judgment day. We are planned to go there in the 3rd week, to my knowledge. This is where my concern is showing. If we don't get people there before his judgment day, that man is going to die. Then again, I don't know a lot about this man, Dolian.
He is not innocent.
I see. Winter's theory was that
For
he was
reference,
being
this is the man who is causing the rolling blackouts.
That just raises even more questions.
Yes. In my personal belief,
The man at the top was...
he is going to die because he was caught.
Right.
I don't actually know whether or not he's a part of the cult, or if he was intimidated, or if he's being extorted, or some other method. However, I do know he's going to take the fall for it, and he's going to be replaced with a cult member, which is also what we predicted. I was talking about this quite literally earlier today.
I missed it.
It was in the cavalry room. You wouldn't have heard it to begin with.
Right. Where are we supposed to go with this?
I'm unsure. We're currently still developing our squads. However, at most we can go provide a band-aid.
Sorry.
What are you reacting to?
My ears. Something out inside of it. I'm probably just jittery.
Todd, when you look with your magic eye, sorry, my button was working. When you look with your magic sight, there's just a swirl of stars and constellations around him, acting as if like a cloak over him. Yep.
Could you run me through exactly what divination you did?
I didn't do it myself. Aurora did. I don't exactly know what she did, but she told a story in the ritual room, and constellations appeared. The star cluster was in front of her, which was what was asking her the questions. Everything around us appeared to be a brick room.
I very much wish you had had me present for this.
I deeply apologize. We did not think that it would be this dire of a situation.
Aurora present. You currently still have a remnant of the Star Heraldry still around you. There are swirling constellations of mana around your figure. You can't see them.
I'm assuming you can, though.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Should we
Which,
return to
if
the
you are
ritual
not
room?
even the one that performed it, yes, bring me to the ritual room.
Should we bring anybody else? There's this gem that did the second one. Should we bring him as well?
Silverlance. Yes.
Well, let's hope it keeps going then.
Might be durable, but still throwable.
It was during his endurance training. He was impressed to see how quickly Xander was able to
Europa?
actually
What?
finish that.
You're probably going to be needed
We're
for
going to
meeting
the
in
ritual
the game
room
room.
again.
I just want to tell with that. I have a little something more pressing.
He has everything. I trained myself on the island. He just lacked the dedication as soon as he got
According to you,
there.
Naeus, I have a remnant to something
Might be
about
fine
it.
then.
So far, his only thing is getting prosthetics.
You're allowed to have up to
I'm
5
assuming you're going to ask me to paint something of it. Maybe paint over it itself.
Keep in mind, man.
If it's needed. Again, thank you for performing that ritual. But from now on, if you or Aurora ever does one of those ever again,
I don't do it normally.
try to alert Naeus here.
I can at least see things you don't.
Or anyone with mana sight, really.
Yes.
I
you
can
see a man
dark
behind me?
mana, but
That's what they said. I had a man behind me, but I don't know if he's gone. He's gone. But it's unsettling, especially since
God,
I felt the scratching in the back of my head.
I fucking saw God. I swear, God, is there a man still behind this one?
Not that you can see.
No, Irenaeus.
Can I
I'm
see it?
asking for Irenaeus.
Yep, not that you can see.
Silverlance. There's currently nothing behind you.
I also find that weird that everyone in that ritual room had some sort of guardian angel.
I don't know if mine counted as a guardian angel.
According to Aurora, we all had some sort of guardian angel in that room, and mine seemed to be from the void. Whatever that was,
she
apparently
had
it
to
looked
do
like...
something in order to protect me from it, and I don't think
Don't
that counted
remember her
as
saying anything like that.
Plus,
What was protecting you?
Maxwell.
The more I hear,
I didn't hear. What was protecting you?
the more I really wish.
I didn't hear word of it.
Apparently, Aurora had to do something to keep me safe.
Apparently from what they said, it was Kristen protecting me. A bit of a gift from the void, which shocking, but also a little bit surprising. Alexander.
I think the most uncomfortable is the fact that I felt scratches.
So why don't you and Guardian Angels mix well, out of curiosity? That's not something people normally say.
Guardian angels, specifically angels.
Oh, well, that's different.
There is no difference between angels and guardian angels.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You're rolling for that, you bitch.
In a second.
Is Sayori doing more star heraldry?
I asked her.
Oh.
I was asked this time.
You were asked before as well.
This one's coming from Bridges.
You're gonna want to move over.
You're okay.
How far?
That's fine. I just simply need to see this.
Nothing. Asking for reassurance is all.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
Alright, sorry, I had to check shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, it's
No,
gonna go
I'm
so
more
well.
trying to wrap my
Alright.
head around the void itself, giving me its protection.
Alright, first one's first. So the room's going to distort itself into, yet again, a morphing of the constellations up above. It's going to be an entirely different atmosphere. Todd, fuck you. Your eyes are gonna notice you are not on campus anymore. It is all mana in one segment. Safely, that is. It is the sky and the galaxy itself. Above is going to stand the moon, as all around the room are figures of the constellations standing around. There's going to be one distorting figure, unable to tell which constellation it is, but it's going to stand in front. Yes, yet again you've come to my doorstep, Miss Sayori.
Listen, I just had a couple questions.
Speak.
One, I would like to have a proper name to call you by.
That removes the fun. Next question.
Okay. What's the thing over his head?
The Star of Protection. So, fate smiles onto you. Interesting choices. Done by you, at least. Fitting.
Any way to communicate with this thing?
Well, you're in our space, so technically yes. You just call upon which one you're speaking to. I came more into the front because she summoned me.
Also, I'm sorry about yelling at you.
Don't worry, I'm adding that to the favor you owe me.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna invite this thing to the Zoom call real quick.
How yourself.
The figure's going to distort as in the center is a star similar to a biblically accurate eagle with only a star in the center. Halo swirling around it back and forth, multiple eyes adorning the wings left and right, as it slowly turns towards Virtues.
Yes, my child? How can I help you?
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm watching over you, protecting you.
That's my job.
Yes, and it was my job. You tested fate herself and survived.
You're out, huh?
This is my father's doing. I swear to fuck.
It is not.
Oh yeah,
By
your
no
robot's
means.
probably thinking... Your robot's probably thinking we're talking to gods.
It is not your father's doing. It is no one else's but your own. You're the one who defied fate and survived. She could have killed you, but she had not. You survived. That's no one else's decision but your own.
What are you?
And the Star of Protection.
Oh, and then practically, what do you do? If there is someone that is going to be closer to me, I would like to know more about them and work them instead of them silently appearing over me.
Well, you weren't supposed to meet me for another, well, decade or so.
Well, like you said, I've shattered fate and making my own, therefore we talk now.
Mori, you had intervention. But then again, there was intervention on Yisro's department, so here I am. I watch, I oversee, and I see the defenses of what could be. I see fatality, I see life, birth, and death. The ways it happens and the ways it does not. I have seen you countless time and time again survive battle after battle, war after war, and at the end of the day, no matter how much you're fucked over, no matter how many times you're stood, you still live. You're stubborn, yet enlightened. Strong, but soft. you were given a position, one that commonly most of your kin follow without question. Yet, you said no. You rejected it before it even became yours. Well, shackle. You denied fate, and in turn, caused a ripple. You know, there was meant to be an entirely different professor in your position. Yet, here you stand, living like a roach, in a good manner at least. Unable to be broken, unable to be exploded, unable to be pierced dead. You live. And in what? You protect, knowingly or not. Because you denied your fate and accepted a new one. More lives were lived, other lives dead. Yet, at the end of the day, you don't hold it like it is a trophy. You don't hold it in such a manner where you should be worshipped like a god. Unlike most of this area, unlike you. Most people who are being given this title doing what is commonly the unseen, they are seen as gods. They're seen as entities beyond comprehension. The actual beyond is here. Yet, there you are, not documented, not written. No. You exist in a strange city. You did something that not even I could predict. Not even Kristen could really predict, despite her efforts. No matter how many times you are bucked, no matter how many times you are sliced, you still stand. And I know for what. You have attachments. There are lives all across that little space you live within. And they live. Because whether you like to admit it or not in your cold, dead heart, you care. And that, my sir, is something worth protecting. Someone whose fate many times could have been killed. But you stand. And you stand not out of arrogance, not out of pride, not out of nepotism. Out of care. The most virtuoso thing there is. Does that answer your question, Watcher's virtues?
As much as I love getting my dick sucked like the rest, there's still one thing that you avoid. What does that make you in all this? I know what I am. I know well what I am. I know what I've done. But that does not explain what you have done and what you are doing.
Stars are like that to aspects. We have things we control and things we see. Much like how the moon exists, the sun exists, the Milky Way itself, Saturn, all of those constellations in harmony. Yet, something we cannot do, something that you all do, mortality. Such a funny little thing. Yet, I can't help that. You were all born out of fragments of light, just parts of the world. Most given shackle, you have that hubris. What I do. Go on then. I love theories.
Are you jealous?
All of us are, darling.
Continue.
Whether one way or another. My job was the beginning and is to be the end. To protect those whose lives impact the Vandiles in such a way, you may have a living chance. So what is it that I do? I protect you and make sure you can at least have a chance to survive. Now, if you go out there and kill yourself by being an idiot, oh, I'm going to laugh at you. But you do not.
Charming.
Listen, I'm not going to waste my time with somebody who does not earn it. You have.
Well, maybe next time knock on the guy's door next time. And maybe we can actually do our both jobs more effectively.
I can't do my job with you knowing it. As I said, we weren't supposed to meet for another decade. But I hope that helps you understand. Quite a few of your students have constellations before them. And I see you, fellow.
Good.
Interesting little family.
Are you good, Virtues?
Wait, was that to me?
Yes.
One last thing.
What?
Is there a way to, since we have already broken the decade thing and I am already talking to you, is there a way to do this without me bucking her?
Sadly, only those knowing astrology and oraclemancy in that regard are heroine and talk to us. I'm just being nice, not taking all of her mana away for how much I've been talking. But I can't really do that right now as the moon tells me no.
I may ask
Though we have our
you.
ways.
I may ask you questions to see if you truly are as all-seeing as I am in the future. But for now, you have answered my questions.
Of course. Though, one thing before I do go. The dolls, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, boy.
You're doing good. I'm sure Virgo would love to meet you next time. Well, if there's no more questions, am I released, Sayori?
Yes, you can go. Bring back my little spirit. Just in case.
Au revoir.
Darling, are you there?
What was that about fucking fate, flicker for a second and then disappear.
I just want to say thank you.
Poking at you. What was that about?
Also, if
There's
you
a small
want
crescent
anything,
moon appears in front of you. You're welcome.
Fuck for it.
she's also going to point this out. Also,
Not happy
I know
someone's
I owe
being
you
a
a
goddamn
favor, but
angel.
something else other than the favor. You know, if you need something like snack or anything, you know,
Singing my praise.
let me know. I don't mind.
Escaping the fate and doesn't mind the fact that it still attaches me like.
There's going to be a small hum throughout
not
you as if
moron
acknowledging what you said, keeping it in mind.
I know the tree isn't as tall as it used to be, but you know, you
I
want to
do
go up there for
appreciate
the
it,
usual scream session, just tell
As
me.
the entire
'cause I want to
room
go up next
starts
to you and scream
slowly
for a moment.
distorting back to where it was.
Later.
You're back on campus.
Just tell me when.
Okay, now why are you all here?
Originally, was it to look into something?
Yeah, I mean, originally
What
we
are
were
you
all coming in
looking
together
into?
because the whole divination thing.
I noticed the constellations around
the
Badal.
I face.
Oh, you know,
went below.
I just realized I had one more question for my moon spirit. Do I do it?
Sayori, what do you want to ask?
It's a very curiosity question.
Is it worth your life?
I don't think I'm that far.
Is it worth injury?
Anybody else hear that?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's
knocking,
normal.
let's just fade.
What?
Don't open any doors.
Not for a moment.
No, that door. Just don't walk
Are you
out.
going to bring it back?
Don't leave the room.
I have a question.
What is it you wanted to do again?
Look, I know it's really weird, but it's happened before. Fate knocks at the door, whatever. It's...
Sit down and calm yourself, Badal.
Okay. Taking my mana into account, I can ask at least one more question. And I think me and you both have the same question.
I doubt that.
What is your question?
How can they take the form they did and then make fun of what we are? Make fun of oaths. Call them shackles.
To be honest, I was going to ask them how they knew you, or at least your family.
No, you're right. That is the more important question.
Okay.
So glad that's what you took from that whole conversation.
Yes, the star symbolizing protection,
I don't think it's anything
appearing
fate this time.
as one of us,
Good evening, lady. I have one more question for you.
and then just
I think it was originally always.
We might be in here a few hours, I'm gonna be honest.
The room is going to distort again as
that may be true.
there's a heavy shake across the room as
But it
everyone
mocked
heads
what
back
we
to the
were.
constellation depths above.
I did a lot more than just.
I do apologize for bugging you a lot today.
I can
No, I do like-
tell that. What is it you need?
Well, for one, I do appreciate actually talking to you instead of you just disappearing on me. It's nice. But how do you guys know the Pelham family?
We know all families that have come into this Van Isles. We've been here since the beginning, alongside a lot of the nation rulers.
It's actually quite easy to not know Pelham.
If you're meaning the protection one, he was one of the first of that form.
It's a lot easier to not know their
It was then
family
scattered.
from
I mean,
either country,
considering
so
all
to say.
things, I am the most akin to Starborn. I was technically the first. And then I made my children, and that's where they are now. Does that help your question?
So it was more of curiosity of why you guys always call them out.
Oh, well, some of them don't really like that family. But some see their perspective.
What do you like some tea when this is said and done?
They see the before and the after, and the during.
Okay.
Fair enough. I owe you a cup of tea after this.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
I would love to drink it, but I really can't. But I like the implication.
Are you
Does
okay?
that tell you little question for your little students of yours?
I think so. You can go. I'll see you around like always. I promise not to yell at you again.
Good. As you'll be owing more and more to that favor.
Listen, I was really upset and you kept appearing. Bye.
Oh, also, because you're new about this, the space in here with the whole Sayori thing.
What, the star stuff?
Yeah, the station.
Oh.
That's fine.
We can't open the door right
They
now.
should be worried about or no?
Currently, we're all trapped in here until fate stops knocking.
With the constellation. That's staying in here.
I don't.
Unfortunate.
What the?
Yes, fate.
Oh shit.
Can we just do this? I don't know what you wanted again.
I don't think I want to be in here anymore.
Badal, until fate stops, until fate leaves.
Open the fucking door.
Now too, right?
No, he came in earlier.
Oh.
We might as well just do it. I mean, we're already stuck in here.
Well, I mean, we're stuck in the room. You might as well.
That's what I'm saying. Can we just do it? I want to get out of the way.
There's a very good chance if you open that door, Sayori will die.
Door knock. I'm gonna break a door.
Hey, do not open the fucking door.
You could actually kill somebody.
Badal,
Will that change anything else I have done in the past?
sit down.
Oh, okay, that's a no.
Badal, breathe.
I might kill one of the Valkyrie. You might kill another student. You might kill me or Virtues.
You might kill yourself, maybe.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
I'll just come back alive.
What is it you need?
True.
What was I here for?
Well, who knows? Maybe like
I don't know.
the god put out of you.
And what?
Another god,
With
for
that?
fuck's sake.
By the way, shouldn't we be consulting Europa, who
Yeah, I know you are.
just
like
had
how you're
an
spreading the rumor
encounter
about
with
I
her
need
god?
to
Her god.
You made
Apparently
an
there was a rumor that I
I got
destroyed
it.
Yeah, apparently that rumor got about me making the island. Apparently that there was a separate rumor for that. Apparently I destroyed an island. I
Okay,
didn't do that.
well, it's not a rumor you made an island. That is like a rumor.
Yeah, no. There was a rumor about that I destroyed an island, so we're stuck here.
Yeah, we're stuck here.
Until the knocking stops.
So give it like at least 10 minutes.
It's a little bit more than worse than knocking right now.
Knocking is as well. Probably 10ish minutes. The knocking isn't happening. I think we'll find a go.
You know, that's a perfect amount of time to do workouts.
And I didn't.
Work out in the
DM
ritual
question,
room.
did I see
Come
that?
here, you're gonna be my weight.
See what?
See what?
Specifically?
Did I see the star stuff happening?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm
You know
not
what?
like heavily.
I'm dragging you into my my
No,
hellhole.
you're
Hold on.
not, but it still works if you're very unproportional in the weight compared to a normal dumbbell. It's spread out.
Did you not see that?
You know, I really would like to go over there and like help the rope, but I don't really know how to talk to someone who just had their reality shattered. I said I don't know how to talk to someone who just had their reality shattered, Ironwood.
Well, you're gonna learn.
The woman!
What woman?
The woman!
I think they're referring to the stars.
Oh, well, then, yeah, then I saw it, because I was in here.
She looked like the moon. You didn't see that?
What?
Like
No,
right now,
Sayori made a
or-
deal with the moon.
Ah.
She looked like
Thank God.
the moon.
Oh, that. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Europa.
Alright.
She kind of looks over me.
What?
Yeah. I kind of over her favorite.
Hopefully you're faring well besides all this.
I would say so. For this was primarily developing the squads to go into Israel. And then finding out the time
Where all
frame.
the Valkyries are ready.
Armored angel.
For your thing.
One of my
That's what our
commanders will be
students are
going to
training.
grab several Valkyries.
Did you see the armored angel?
Hmm. Make sure they are ready by then. as they are in Hell Month. If you need anything from me, let me know.
Will do. Currently just thinking things over.
To answer your question, yes, I also seen the angel, but no, it's star heralding.
That's probably why you felt it and I didn't. Earlier I felt it. That was when divination was casted.
Yeah, it's the same, it's oracle magic, it's the same family of magic, but a different school of it.
Mm-hmm.
Did nobody else see him?
I saw everything, Badal.
Yeah, we all saw it.
Oh.
You want me to
Virtues, what are you doing?
Call me a spell?
Do you need help?
I got it.
Fuck you!
Did I get like a nat 20 or something?
You got a 19. Fuck you.
I don't think we're ever gonna
Here, let me
fucking
sit
leave
next
this
to
room.
you.
Well, time to use the true Azure Dragon's reversal then.
I don't think there's enough space in this room to get away from that.
No, definitely not. I finally actually perfected one of them. It is very,
Hey, Iron,
very troubling. What?
are you still in the comms?
Yeah.
You might want to let the other teachers know not to let anyone into the ritual room for our sake.
Yeah, it's actually a very good idea. So I gotta ask, what were you expecting when you came to this academy?
You're
I know,
someone defying fate, taking things in their own hands, especially seeing angels.
But anyways, yes.
Okay, I'll let them know.
Thank you.
And then I saw something about it.
That was technically the first angel.
See, the thing is,
Where all of us come
you
from.
saw her there. I see her everywhere.
Show me.
Nice, Rory.
I just don't believe in gods.
What are you doing, Virtues?
They're invalid, honestly. Although I don't
You
really, I
remember
don't
when
deny
we did
the
your
existence of
familiar
the gods,
summon
I just
and
don't worship
it
them.
always sounded like I was talking to someone
There
else?
is one to exist. I would like to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't know. God damn it!
There's going to be swirls around virtues with
the moon.
with wings curling inwards and refurling, showing images all around.
Wow.
One starting being when your eye was being pulled
Get comfortable.
right
We're
fucking
trapped
out,
in here right now.
Trapped in this room at some
with
Oh, you
just
gotta
the
be
immense
kidding
pain
me,
and
so
the
it just worked.
screams.
Shush.
I will wait.
Okay.
So, to repeat again, there will be images pulling up through darkened shrouds with wings unfurling as if revealing glimpses. One frame will be of a very younger Virtues with his eye being completely ripped out. Nails being digged so tightly in before just the pluck, as externally would be shackles around his wrists, his neck, his feet, just shattered.
Oh right, it was her doing something to you.
As above would be just a figure which would then form into the diamond-like angel figure. The next image that will be shown would be that of the battle alongside Ironwood. Fucker. Which would be just Ironwood and Virtue standing side by side, going back to back to back with fighting, screams ringing around the room as blood is scattered across of all different kinds, with the note above being more and more of those shackles that were on your wrists, neck, and ankles just breaking bit by bit by bit. And then one other image. One out of two. One
I'm
being
gonna be honest, I'm just so
leading a
confused about
very small
Pandora and Crystal in
feline,
general.
opening
I'm
up
gonna
her
be
hand
honest.
as the shackles are starting to wither quicker and quicker. as your new oath is given. And the final image, it seems to be not one you remember, not one that seems any time recent. It seems like a glimpse into what could be, as there would be hands wrapping around this image, holding it in front of you, revealing a retired Virtues, resting, an arm ripped off, one of his wings entirely singed, another one torn with the feathers being removed, but happy. The Vandiles is prospering, damaged, but it'll be okay, as those shackles have just been disappeared.
The door is frozen right now, so.
Then there would be just a gentle voice. A very familiar one to you. Are you okay? Then everything goes to black. It is over. Does that answer your request?
Yes. That does give me one inquiry, if I may be so bold.
If you're willing to make the sacrifice. Is that a deal I hear?
God, those words. It's an inquiry.
If you make the sacrifice. What?
You show me what you did of my life when asked what you see. Does this mean you only perceive and see what I see? And therefore you follow me and only me?
When we give the person, when we target the person it is, we give our own oaths to a person. Only then do we see. Are we to see the things that your eyes, despite the magic, you do not see? Technically, I could show you more. But I think we both know that's not what you wanted. Now is it?
Perhaps.
You can't lie. Okay.
No wonder you're an asshole. You're more like me.
If it makes you feel any better, Virtues, I got called a cold bitch by Therese earlier.
In a good way.
In
Kind
a
of.
good way, but... I mean, I think we came to agreement that VO was more of the textbook definition of a cold bitch than I was, but...
Alright.
I think it's mana.
She removed her. And you just see a ring of.
That took a lot. That took a lot more than I thought.
Hey, Clang.
It seems they're knocking us up.
What did you say earlier? Who protected
What? Kristen?
Like the
Hey, Todd.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello,
what's
hello,
up?
Iridaeus. You're going to, for a split second, see that same figure that you've been aggravated by standing in front of you for just a moment.
You'll do.
You just saw that thing really just took 50%.
Right, anyway, what again?
Like,
He's a knock.
portal
Stop.
key, right? The knocking
Yeah,
stuff,
portal
we
key
can
Pandora,
leave.
Kristen, yes.
You might
How
want
is
to,
she's dead.
Yeah, I know, but
I kind of frozen.
Don't wave your hand.
He's just going to look at you and tilt his head.
I think I broke it.
We'll have Virtues repair it.
Are you the first?
Anyways,
Yes.
I don't know what you're going through, but
Why you speak
this better not affect
of oaths so poorly?
I feel like it's a pretty decent sized fraction, though.
fix them before tomorrow.
Oaths are as much a positive as they are negative.
Sorry about the door. You have to fix that.
How do I also
I don't
explain
see
this?
them as negative, however,
So after some talk with,
some
Kristen, turns out
can be.
my personality and my manner are very similar.
Oaths are what we are,
in expression.
intrinsic to our being.
There's a chance.
We're not angels until we have oaths.
You've always been angels. There's nothing different.
Right. So, there's a chance that I potentially have a fragment of Kristen at my mana base.
Don't say that, please.
Describe them as shackles.
Friend,
Some it can
I've
be.
been having a silent mental breakdown about this for like the past month. How do you think I feel?
Because, like,
Some fate are better broken.
when I found books in my family's library, right? Now these were hidden books.
Here, let me mess you up more. I'm learning.
Are you why angels exist?
I don't know what that means.
One more time.
Are you why angels exist?
I don't.
Partially.
Therapy, right. So you were saying
she taught.
The scriptures say about angels. You are made to protect the Vandiles.
Like the original.
You're sworn. That is my job.
what did she teach?
why-
Like divination?
Divination. That's where I was able to find the notes on like how my idea worked with.
Anything else she teach? She teach your family?
I don't know about that. I just know back from
Why do I not know about you before now?
like from the original books that I found. The ones
Stars
that
are
were in my family, they
preferred silence. You hear the term God.
and help.
Dionysus,
I believe
Hades,
mine was one of them before my family
Diana.
moved away from the whole magic.
Gods, because they do the unthinkable. Or what was thought to
I
be.
was living my best life.
We can't
a month
always
ago.
intervene.
And
You
then
can't always
I learned
interject.
about the whole thing of Kristen is kind of inside.
We can only
Soldier,
talk
that
when
was
those who are
commonly
gifted with the stars touch
and
or
then-
learn the skill come to us.
Yeah.
We can't always come down.
And then
The
turns
only
out
exception
when I
to
talked
those
them,
were
they
those who the
called
moon
me
sent.
Voidling, Void Dweller,
And,
and
well,
all sorts of things. And they mentioned how I am basically a perfect match in them to how they originally were personality-wise, and now I'm
There's no
And so
current
I've
Star
been
Heraldry
trying to
going
figure out
on.
what the fuck I am
How
again
are you
for the
speaking
past,
to me?
like, month or so.
we make our own intervention.
I think so.
Not often.
I think I'm what broke the door. Yeah, we're allowed to leave. Yeah.
Besides, you have your own fate at your door.
Yeah.
That's entirely your decision at the end of the day.
Songbird? She
What do you mean by
said
that?
she's
Why are
not taking it to your curtains of cold. Kristen being inside of her is literally just a happy accident, so to speak.
One more time.
If it makes
What do you
feel
mean
any
by
better,
that?
I'm in the same boat of confused. I've just kind of compartmentalized it.
There's quite a few people who face their own judgment day. Their own fate.
I was thinking about it.
You want to get some
Depends what person you are.
And mine is coming? Is that it?
You have your own. I can't tell you what day. Can't tell you when, why, how, what.
So I was always confused
Oh.
by this. When I was little, when I was first born, I always instinctively
You're an
knew.
interesting specimen.
Never knew why.
Quite a few of
Never
you are.
explained why, but I always
But
instinctively knew how to speak talk now.
it's hard for us to talk with people down below.
Probably from that.
Thankfully,
That whole relation.
the wall
And so Kristen
the
taught me
ceiling
a
helps.
void, and now I'm learning Abyssal, which is...
But
Curiosity, do you know void or dark?
before fate starts getting mad at me and the moon herself. Till next time,
No
fellow.
one knows Abyssal. Don't worry about that.
I've heard before you.
As far as I'm aware, the only
course.
two people in the world know Abyssal are Kristen and Vane.
Of
Why?
course.
It's a weird language that I never really taught anyone. Just curious. It's also when she's not awake, it's nice to have someone else to practice with. She says I can speak Void fluently, but
Okay.
I vote we get fresh air.
I mean, again, according to her, I speak it fluently now.
I think
so
that would be a good
I think
idea.
it's fine, but someone else who's speaking the language for longer probably would be a better idea. I don't know, honestly. Genuinely, I have no fucking idea. Again, I knew Dark Mana instinctively. When I cast spells, they have their own.
I have another member, by the way.
Which one?
I'm taking in Arlo.
Understood.
Considering he can identify poisons and heal, so.
Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that crusty black speckle shit on his face? You see that, yeah?
No.
You're lying.
Yeah, I
don't know
have
what
no
you're talking about.
idea what you're talking about.
You crack sound.
Are you hallucinating?
No.
Even though us being wolves and being some of the strongest as we are,
First time I've actually seen her fight.
being large
I'm
is
usually in
lines of
conversation.
calm.
Well, aside from when she used to throw crystals.
I'm still trying to come to terms with it.
But it is nice to be able to
That's understandable.
not have anything to do.
To be honest, I don't even have pep talk for that. That's a bit.
bit about my situation, I would say.
Genuinely, just slide the sky to shine bright. Makes him feel better. Huh.
I don't know if it's like the void thing or something, but sometimes,
Welcome back,
Shit, never mind, guys. Still need to send a letter to Archons.
I'm gonna
On vacation, so I'm doing quite efficiently right now. But I see you're not doing quite good.
I'm doing.
I assume you've been training pretty well today?
Learning a lot more? Sometimes both.
Take your time, you have 3 weeks to back on your feet. Well, I guess 2 weeks now.
I'll be better in an hour.
I think you'll live for it.
You have fire magic, right? I'm gonna regret this. You have fire magic.
But
Yeah.
the voice does kind of
Yeah.
It happens in I don't think it should happen out of here. But y'all might want to check into that.
Like anywhere specific or?
It's definitely a good practice to fight against, so I'm sure you would have a good
But these
defense.
two,
I don't think I can have it do it
depending
again,
on it,
but
'cause I can't
Considering
absorb
you're
all,
able to
so
handle
you know
that,
the void kind of
I'm sure you can handle
sometimes.
either with someone.
absorb different elements and are able to use them differently.
You sound like you're taking a hit, Nadal.
But that's because I think
Thank you for
set
that.
up.
I'll see you later. I'm gonna go look for some
He also
friends.
acts very differently depending on his elements.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Do I? Okay. Do I ask or?
Not as a physical forms,
I
but
believe it is something that happens naturally, depending on what type of learning he receives. But I've never seen
The element they're carrying influences their mental state.
Lightning makes him go into a frenzy. Such a small hit.
I suppose that's one thing to take note of.
I think it was... Carrie, do you remember what happens with nature with Europe? I've never seen nature touch.
It doesn't work.
I know wind resets them. Nature doesn't work.
and you can move forward
That's
too.
one of the limits. I know
It's hard to
play
keep
also
track
doesn't
of them
work.
at times.
Play region boss.
Are you well, Ernest?
No.
Okay, you're right. It was not doing that.
How about you?
Is there anything you require?
She hasn't really been fighting much recently.
At the moment, time.
You might figure it out if you He's willing to let help any student that is in need of it.
It'd be cool if you got a hat. Oh my fucking god.
His job.
What are your thoughts so far?
No,
Interesting.
I get that.
It's too late to
I'm
take me
glad you
back.
decided to try it out.
I'm glad, honestly, too. I feel there could be a lot more and less about it. Because I mix well with Aura and Aaron over here.
So
Things have
I'm
been
going to be
moving
learning
smoothly, at least.
Professor Takuno. I don't think he's met him yet. It's been a while.
Because of that, things are going more smooth in other areas. And
I still need to actually get a good conversation with them.
there was a lot of horror stories I was told
students.
of previous situations.
Never met them
And now things will be smooth for new students to implement inwards going forward.
It's gone. Oh god.
I'm hoping this. Also hoping the next mission goes as smoothly as it did for us, at least.
I think it will because of Gabriel and Irenaeus taking charge and being a lot more aggressive with it. Good way, aggressive, of course. Whereas on Aura's side, I think it will go a lot well. That's why I also sort of pushed Winter to grab Yukokiri, so if things stopped not going well, I had faith it will throat grab into
Hear me out. I believe in you. You can fight the boy.
and then Europa towards Archons, well, they also have Nikos. So they already have a few people there that are trustworthy to realign if it gets out of order. But Archons described himself as the only viable cavalry member from before then. So I sadly have to agree with it based on how other cavalry members It's messy. But Centurion seems to be going strong.
So,
Sayori!
I would ask what's got your wings in a twist, but I have a feeling you won't tell me.
I won't.
Nice to meet you. My name's Yeah, I had a feeling.
I've heard good things.
It's delicate.
I'm Borealis Dansinger. Blitz's sister.
Nice to meet you.
How things go could just be.
No, she's met all the other professors, but like the one that actually is important for me since you're my professor for cavalry.
Thank you, Pontus. I've been caught up the last few hours.
Oh, I heard. No worries.
Flo is weird right now.
Yeah.
Things seem better.
I don't think any normal mold of a.
Yes, for fire too. Doing a better mold.
Where they're from, they said
Weird stuff suspected to happen at this
He
point.
Why not? passed
Like
research.
weirder than what like Flo usually does.
Well, Ernest was
Why not?
very
If
good.
you think
Greetings.
if you think about how a guy goes,
Why doesn't you have really fancy teeth?
yeah, because you're right.
Why did he ask for fire? Light makes him happier and
All
less
the tea that I've either been gathering from the garden or from Polly.
So
Why did he do that?
Understood. Oh, thank you.
Europa question.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't want to go near him right now.
With how my
I can perhaps prepare it in a more fancy way.
and where my cool
He's a lot more
it shouldn't be
flirtatious.
somewhere that's easy to get to. You know what I
That might work.
Is that what fire does to him?
Actually, hold on.
Yeah, but that means that could kill me. That could kill me. So why would my fire do
Is that what fire does to him?
Sorry short, Europa's probably freaking out just a little bit.
I know, that's how I feel.
Yeah,
Apparently
we
so.
started seeing that progressing.
At least what
across the
currently
day.
occurred.
This is news to me.
I was quickly informed of what was being told about.
I mean, is it that big
I
a
only
deal?
heard of it. I had not seen it by myself.
Not by my hands, of course. I'm on vacation now for today.
Is it a big deal? No.
Practically they met their gods.
They look like they were about to have a panic attack. So I think if they can steam off
They
and
were.
slip away for a while.
Sign another form.
That doesn't exactly work.
No.
Anne would already had her sign a form because
And then they ran from it.
I was thinking of an eye patch.
I'm not surprised, bearing in mind before I even joined the school, everyone was telling me all the school's secrets and their secrets and secrets of other classmates to me. Before I even joined the school,
Change
in
any
the open
order
of
until when
years
I
back in the
metal.
tournament, so I'm not surprised.
Long story short, some story heraldry was being performed.
Was Orgomancy.
From a commanding perspective.
It was
Interesting
Orgomancy.
things happen here, normally.
You want to talk to you
Very interesting.
It's
another time
titanium.
because I'm too tired from talking today. So
Okay.
I need to get up because I could barely
It has been difficult to hear all this talk of Orgomancy, and know that I cannot speak to my mother about it.
Contact with him. Studied it.
From a commander's perspective, I wanted to know.
And I can change the ore of other metals.
Is everything alright with you?
Yes.
My
Or whatever I needed
on my
to.
side.
But it
during the
takes
mission
time,
mission
and it's
stuff.
not instant.
I don't know
man?
if you had something you wanted to say, or
You two went to
making sure you also checked on. So I already checked on Europe and Arenaeus. Making sure you also get, checked on.
I'm fine.
Commanding
Do I look like I need help?
But I wonder if that's why,
No,
like,
it's good to know that I don't have to.
and
So,
act more
better safe than sorry. But I got you laughing, therefore it's a point for me.
Apparently,
Listen, when I get someone the size of my ankle actually caring, that's a good one, I would say.
really? I'm trying to get my hands on it.
Fascinating.
It's very hard to get overseas.
If the stars align better, I take you for a spa. I already sparred you up on that
like
one.
having mixture things, because I'm starting to try
Very
to
good
get
at
into
spa.
I mean, it's a good,
smacking
it's a good choice. Europa was a fun fight.
When Hezekiah did not pull back.
The person.
And I'm pretty sure, and that's when he got insanely injured. Like, he was nearly killed due to it.
that was the tragedy. Says more rolling out core communication on you and Hezekiah because he didn't say where he's at or didn't hear us or didn't hear. So
Do you want something?
Formally introduced. I wanted to properly introduce myself.
he made his stance clear as well.
Silas.
that we needed to-
Silas Silverlands, as you're aware.
Yeah, in fairness, again, it's not against you. We did seem very
Irenaeus Pelham.
calm bag, especially against the call.
Nice to meet you, Foreman. Hopefully, get along.
Here's hoping we can work together in the future.
Though I can't promise I can mesh too well with you, at least in terms of helping you. My healing magic can
I won't need to be healed.
wherever you need me. I had a feeling, but doesn't hurt to still offer.
Kind of you.
Thank you. I can safely say I don't really wish to harm anyone if I can help it. I know my family seems to be otherwise, but
don't have the same knack for violence as they do.
But I think we're
Hmm.
helping out as they could, as well protecting my squad mates from
How are you holding up?
users or casting it.
Fine. I was, kindly rejuvenated.
We had some of us were this combination between our magic.
You know what? It's one of those days. Yeah, so, Ancient Deviation is the, same thing, but the original versions of the magic. That's what I'm learning.
Okay. I see. I'm a different branch, but I'm not entirely sure which. I just kind of pieced it together from my books, from, well, my family's writings on her.
Oh, it just so happens I'm your Star Hill teacher.
I see. I look forward to the lessons.
Anyways, where was that kidnapping? Again.
I didn't say that I wanted
You're different from the normal Silverlances, then?
Well, I don't think you know many Silverlances that uses magic. Nor would you.
None.
Right. My family isn't really keen on the idea. They believe physical supremacy is the way to go. They tried to keep me like my brothers, but as you can see, my talent mostly came from magic, so I didn't mesh too well with them, nor have much common ground to speak with them in.
Why are you here, Silverlance?
At CA?
Yes. Why are you at the academy?
To hope I can. And I need to know how to do my magic better in order to do that. I thought this would be the best place for me to come to learn. Since, well, my family isn't really the best teaching when it comes to magic. So, I only really had myself to go off of for a while. Until I applied.
And the other institutions are at Serenity.
For
Academies at Curiosum's level.
Well, I'm not sure how comfortable people of Serenity would be if a student, and especially if a family that is against you.
Oh no, it's not an option for you. I'm simply stating it exists.
I'm sure. But I don't really have any other options. So I came here, or tried. No, I am.
You're Valkyrie, yes.
Ah, yes, sir. I am.
Train your magic and make yourself useful.
I'll try my best. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hmm.
that what you meant by God? I thought you were kind of joking.
I guess it's in season or something.
I got a fancy hammer from God. My God. Can I... Do I keep this?
Don't throw it away.
No shit, I just... I'm gonna wind down for that. I don't know what just... I don't know... I have
Should
an
I
idea
ask?
of maybe where his forge is. A lot of unprocessing to do right now. You're gonna help
I'm
me find the
aware.
forge later.
Saw you investigating something.
Not my setting.
Virtues.
I got a hammer from my God. I'm gonna go lay down.
I was also going to retreat to the dorms. It's been a day.
Virtues. I have an idea of where the forge is of them. It's a giant fountain and clay walls, and it's probably an interior most likely. I could be completely wrong.
Didn't they literally say they don't like people worshipping them as gods?
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Whatever happens, happens.
Oh, I
You know what? It's your mental breakdown. I'm not here to dictate how it goes.
Is this how you're avoiding the current situation?
Supposedly, yes.
Apparently.
That doesn't make much sense to me. He seems so normal. He seems so normal to me.
Yeah, he seems fine.
That's what I keep saying, thank you.
Not the worst coping mechanism out there.
Well, you should have been there to hear him beg for the fire magic.
Maybe I should have. What did that sound like, by the way?
What?
Hmm?
It was either that or
You
acted
it sounded like you offered to like...
and I don't think anybody would want that either.
Sorry, that might be my bad. Maybe I'm just misremembering what you said.
Last time I got
No,
jumped off
I don't
the
have fire.
It was very dangerous. I'm glad I'm still alive.
The arena
Simply in the
when it was
vicinity.
elevated, or?
Yes.
Hmm.
Your
I don't
name's
think we've
on-
actually properly met before. What was your name?
Not literally, but
Irenaeus Pelham.
Were you trying to break your back?
Oh, I'm Lilith.
oh, I was tiny, not
I don't shake hands.
so I didn't die as fast.
That's fair.
Oh, you were tarnified. That makes it
Well,
slightly
nice to
better.
meet you.
Good to meet you
Or
as
at least be
well.
properly introduced.
Well, talking
Now
about
is
the small
currently a
things,
bad time.
It impacted less by falling, but...
Exactly.
Hmm.
So how are you, Irenaeus?
Oh no, not at all. Also, eye contact is appreciated when you're talking to
I have no idea.
Turn around if I were you.
What again?
I have no idea.
Understandable.
That is hurting my neck so bad. Maybe I should stop
So,
wearing
you
them
two
hard wood floor.
enjoying your, second week at the academy?
Yeah, it's been going pretty good.
Well, I'm glad
Sorry.
only one of the
Extremely
new
rough
students has had a mental breakdown so far then.
Oh yeah,
Which new student had a mental breakdown?
I don't remember his name right now. The divination mage from Pandora.
Silas Silverlance.
Silas, thank you.
Oh, he had a mental. Oh. He had a mental
Yeah,
breakdown.
because I kind of had to explain to him. I had to explain to him again the whole thing about Kristen still technically being alive, and her being my guardian angel apparently, and.
Greetings, Internet.
Hello. Ugh. Your ass is too angry to play right now. Ugh. He's not social enough with all these fucks to explain that he technically just met the first angel. Not even that, the template, what was used to make angels. Technically, he just met his god. Yeah, I think it's time to be a fae. Water. Let's see. Need to get the right voice line. Oh, it's been a time, Angel.
Gamer, which is odd because Omo's doing so often now. So
Did I just see something?
I saw that.
I saw that too.
I blinked really hard, so I think I missed it.
Okay, hang on. I'm
It
gonna
was
need your
like
help here,
windy
Blitz. I
stuff.
think if we say
How are you
chicken
doing, by the way?
nuggets, scrumptious chicken nuggets, you chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets,
Chicken
chicken
nuggets,
nuggets, chicken nuggets.
chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets.
So my familiar is named Trickster, but we decided to also name him Chicken Nuggets. There he is.
Okay, but what's
You sound funny.
I summoned him.
Mal, what is this? Why is it standing?
Oh, my familiar.
Clearly.
Why not?
Menace, this was the familiar I was talking to.
You're asking why it's standing, and I'm asking why not.
You're talking
No,
Why wouldn't I be standing?
Oh. Yeah, why wouldn't
Also,
it?
it's nice to see you, Kokiri.
It's a mysterious being, as you can
He's standing
see.
like how a person stands, not like how a bird stands.
Leader.
I didn't try to eat the bird when I first started.
Menace?
I am
Menace.
proud of you.
I've been better, but I've been.
What are
far
harpies
worse, so
then?
I'm pretty decent.
Okay, well, hello.
Still.
No messing with the Lord, by the way.
Did you? Hero! Good to see you again.
I think I think they're beefing.
Oh, are they? Trickster, I need to know, is there beefing happening?
Are you beefing with a stuffed toy? Are you befriending his shoulder? Are you befriending his
I can't make beef with him. He's not made of meat.
Welcome back, Stone.
Oh.
This is true.
Yeah.
I can no longer talk to your familiar.
Uh-oh.
My familiar doesn't want me talking to yours.
Is that a thing that can happen?
Don't be like that.
Consider this a fever dream about a year
Familiar's a
ago.
beefing.
Oh. I didn't even know if familiars
Do I need to...
Faye?
They have their own emotions and
Yes.
No,
Yes.
okay.
Why wouldn't
Thank
they
you,
be
Lord,
able to
for
beef?
informing me.
Anything with an opinion can have a.
I was gonna
opinion
ask
about
that
things towards someone
anyways.
else.
Does he remember me?
That is what that means.
Also, if you don't know what chicken nuggets are, I can definitely try to get you some of them later. Although I'm gonna probably need someone better at this chef.
I'm tired.
No,
So they're like...
Familiars.
You
I was
got
just saying
chicken
politics
wings, I
ain't
think,
my
right?
thing. I'm not a
No, it's my
I've never eaten them,
and yet
no,
I still
but
somehow
I've seen
get
them.
picked.
Oh
And then
my
I get
gosh.
picked.
surprise.
Yes.
I cannot directly answer to your familiar according to my familiar, but,
Oh.
wait, wrong.
Wait, well, okay,
Do you
what's the requirement
recognize
to
it?
allow this?
Fast.
Oh, yeah.
Am I about to watch a crime?
I hope not.
I don't know.
What do you
are
mean?
I don't want to sign another paper.
Are you gonna snitch about it?
Why do you think I'm the rat?
What?
The hell?
It's a joke. Don't worry about it.
Oh, what's your phase name?
Are you intensely hot in any singular way?
Oh. They didn't tell me the face, or their name. It's nothing.
I do not understand you.
More dry humor, you know.
Do you give off an intense...
So, and I guess he does not remember.
I gotta get better.
He vaguely does, maybe.
But as far as I know, I'm not.
Got a very
Sensitive to
visceral
cold.
reaction looking at your familiar.
Oh, it's this again.
Only in the normal
Why are you
sense.
trying to follow the rules?
No.
Context.
Turned off for something else. Also, are you
Can I
okay?
have words of explanation, or am I gonna get more
I
mysterious?
deal with a great bit of dark mana. It is countering to me. It is
I'm sorry
healing.
to hear that.
What explanation
Here,
do you
please, will
want?
make you feel better. Here, you can hold this. It wants attention anyway.
I mean, it seems like it's gonna cause problems if they can't work with you. So I want the reasoning for this happening that it's non-biased.
What?
We'll have to hear his reasoning.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to work with
Vacation
him.
pause.
What?
I'm needed to
Why?
work.
You should have known your vacation.
Entertain
Take
boy.
care.
So long.
Oh. Hi, Bori.
Hi.
Our familiars are
What's going on in
beefing.
Menace Land?
No, we're not.
Apparently, yeah.
I'm
Okay, so there's a problem
ecstatic
with
to see you
Menace's
again.
familiar. This one hasn't really explained anything other than the fact they seem to have
Wow.
history.
There was sentiment in that.
Yeah.
What about my
Was this like
familiar look
your ex-lover or some shit, dude? What's going on?
Whoa.
That's the right type you were looking for.
I'm
Have you
talking
had
to my
relationships
familiar.
like that?
I make fun of him.
Also depends on what you just.
Oh yeah, no, I'm so
Sometimes,
curious
you
though.
know, familiars
Have
can
you had a
also be
relationship, Trickster?
dichotomies or opposites of you, or they can be.
How would you contain that word?
Depends on a lot of factors.
Oh,
A committed partner? Of a romantic
Yeah.
variety?
You know how many.
I think
someone
my
that you
familiar's
constantly go
failing
back
you.
to in a good way and
My
not
familiar
sense
has
that they're
trouble
like, oh
remembering
my gosh.
names because he knows so many. So I think he's not remembering fully.
Oh yeah.
I don't know their emotions.
Pamphlet things before I think.
If they have words where they feel like they want to have such a bond that it strengthens them, then who am I to figure that out? I almost know nothing of it.
Than capable.
The wildest thing. I think Kokoru was one that.
We're more than capable.
From the cult,
If you can,
I think?
if you can
I
produce
heard about that, it was with the
offspring,
spirit,
why have I
right?
never seen any recorded cases?
Yes, the cultists
Recorded cases of what?
enticed into the cult with these pamphlets.
Breeding.
So I
which is
created
the
one of
point
my
I
own.
made. You don't need to. Why would you?
Wait, you created?
Maybe
Where do we come from?
I drew out some paper that I would usually take notes on in class,
From
and wrote out what I knew.
I suppose.
I still
I
have
like how
one.
it stands like a person and not how like a bird stands.
They cannot take it with them back to the
No,
city.
what
No,
you
it's
just
different
said
for you
is
because you're
true.
humanoid.
Okay.
Very
Like
true.
it looks normal for you to
You can't
say.
see under
able to
those
use it
feathers. You
during
don't know
the
what the
incursion that we had.
anatomy is like.
You can see its beak.
We'll have to try to get a use for another one.
It has a bird
Yeah,
beak.
that doesn't attribute to the neck down.
No, you can see the
I
outline
mean-
of its wings.
I always wonder what happens or how people really get the mixture of other different types of mana, yeah? I mean, who's to say a familiar can't have this
Lord, are you
similar
okay?
situation when they turn into two types?
That would just be myself as the person that produced from.
Your friend is not going to have a beef as well, are they?
You know,
Right.
they're good at giving
remember?
out haircuts.
But the problem is we don't have a lot of recordings of what familiars can and can't do.
No, what you just said was true.
Do you not want to tell me?
To most
Your-
knowledge.
Your familiar isn't gonna have beef with no other familiar, right?
Yes.
They're
We are very close.
pretty
There
chill.
should probably not be more beef.
No pun intended.
She's basically holding a snom. It looks really edible.
I
David,
agree.
what happened to your snom? Or creature that
Would
looks
probably
like
be best
similar?
not to. It is David's friend.
They're right there.
Oh, okay. Understood.
Hmm.
Fucking bird.
So do you just not want
I think it's a pretty cool familiar, to be honest. Got a nice, real good color with it.
I'm not cold.
Oh,
Color, color.
No, it's
Okay.
you are a.
He literally is at the
How do I
bird
word
right
it?
now, I believe.
Okay.
That's him over there.
You are a very cool-looking bird. I think that's the good one, right?
So he's gonna
Do
try
I look
to
cold?
play a nice.
He finds your design very appealing.
So you know there's a thing called warm and cool colors as well. Like that's an actual thing. There is a definition of warm and cool colors.
Yeah.
And he's saying you're that.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. That was the subject of the second sentence, not the first.
What did I miss?
That's true.
I'm just trying
Alright.
to say I like the bird.
Honestly,
I'm really
nothing-
just trying to say I like the
nothing
bird.
I like you too.
Complicated.
There's a lot of stuff with familiars.
Yeah.
Many people do not simply say what they mean at
Also, I
first.
don't know if your familiar is a cool color or a tertiary color.
Wait, isn't that a bush?
What?
Green.
He's more green.
I'm
It's
green.
like a
No,
green
I meant the-
bluish. Yeah, but it's kind of like a green.
Whatever word she said.
Oh
Am I
yeah,
allowed
your
to talk to
familiar
him?
never stated. Yeah, what are the terms and conditions to allow you to talk to him?
Lord, what are the terms and conditions?
Yes, I believe it is something along those lines of adding you to this game.
Hero. Point him toward me.
me about being on her team. The problem is I don't know if Gio.
Lord, am I allowed to point you towards him?
Gio wasn't gonna be on a
Already did so, and then just
on a
asked.
team. I had a team, but she's gonna be on a team. I'm not covered.
Why won't you let them talk to me?
We don't know yet.
If you don't know who I am,
Yeah, I know.
that's rude.
Decision from her, because if she's gonna be on a team, I am picking her up and it will
It's
go
mainly
on
because
Bragas.
he needs to know because supposedly Gio chose him to be
Am
on
I
the
allowed to
team. If
talk
that's
to
not the
him now?
case And you'll have her. He's gonna be on Rigas. So that's what.
Yeah, exactly. So if she makes
Lord.
a team, but the problem is that she would also have to select a lot of others. So that's the problem.
We do
But
have-
either
we
way,
do have a fair
everything
Okay.
will work out.
So, is it a yes?
Everything's gonna work out nonetheless.
Yes.
The problem is if she ends up being on a team, I
It's
would
a kind
have to
of.
switch her with someone else, and I would have to figure it out.
Yeah, what you're talking about?
Yippee.
Okay, if
In
it ever
what
changes,
capacity?
let me know.
My mind's telling me to work. My body's
No,
telling me
just
to go
kind
to
of.
bed.
He's in the lobby. In the main
I'm
lobby.
gonna go there in a minute.
Okay.
Actually, no,
Negotiations have not broken down.
Actually, I
That
think
is a
my mind's
positive.
telling me that hey, you need
Not
to
yet.
sleep, and then my body's telling me I can work. That's actually weird.
That
Usually
reminds
the
me of
opposite.
he and she when I saw a
How much do you know of Hero?
dude just got me when I saw a
Um,
sleepwalker once.
Well, in regards to you saying hero, sometimes they'll say like
It's the wildest
something
thing.
about
Like, people's
heroism
eyes
or
are
whatever. That's
open,
kind of
they
it.
ain't something rolling around in their head to make them go.
It happens sometimes.
And he's Hero,
For some kind of-
because he's a hero.
Yeah, but the thing is that he could walk into danger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah, no, absolutely.
Like
It's still
abandoned or
a
something.
He's Lord of many
condition
faces.
to have.
So
You're-
some of them are
you're-
heroes, I guess.
Yes,
You have still
but
some
I'm
sort of
talking
awareness,
about
which is
him.
the weird part, just not cognitive awareness.
Hero of the story he's never in.
Which is very weird.
I need to get out of the way before he's busy. You know how he disappears during the
Yeah,
week.
it is, and I would want to give credit for.
I don't know about that, I guess.
It'll make more sense later.
Ominous.
We have the
No, we don't.
And you said we're not allowed to eat this.
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
You train the whole day?
How do you define eat?
No.
What do familiars eat?
It's only for a few hours.
I guess it
Hey, that's
depends.
the question.
Mine
What
doesn't
do you
even
eat
eat
anyway?
Am I the crazy
But I guess it
one?
depends.
For Hell Week? Or Hell Month?
Mana mostly.
Have you not done this training before?
Oh.
I guess that, yeah.
Well,
Because you have to have
for most.
some of them.
It likes to put mana into crystals if you want a snack.
I mean, probably. I know he said we have all that, but like, you know.
Wind mana.
No. Ice mana.
What? There's only yeah, I think they can't.
Too cold.
And then you won't want to eat them because there are plenty of ice mana.
That is not true.
How about clay mana?
Thick and chewy.
They're quite nice. I will have to return them. My fingers are growing numb.
Thank you.
I recommend like
Not a lot of flavor.
with clay. Fair enough. What does wind mana taste like? I'm curious.
Sweet.
Makes sense.
Ty, if you got any mana for your buddy.
Is that your
he's
nickname for
kinda-
me now?
I thought you were the mailman.
Mal, I've got. I'm.
That is also a title.
No, not a title. Your name.
It is a title.
They're the same.
Mal. I think we're slapping.
Nah, he's just
No, what do you
pressing
think?
space
Do you
against
think
yours.
titles and names are the same?
One has more legal weight.
I forgot.
There you go.
The name's usually given, a title something
sometimes.
usually earned in
It's
some
just him
capacity.
breathing.
Or by some station you reach.
I mean, it went from
No, that's correct. It's a name you've earned.
Yeah, he does that. You want to do the thing, but
Or given to you. Either way, it's yours now.
Go ahead and show them
It
the
won't,
thing.
maybe
Alright,
won't
can
fit
also
you
do this.
forever, but it fits you for now.
Oh.
Okay. Don't hit anybody with it. But yeah, dude.
So you did it in the air.
I mean, you could also double check to make sure you're facing that way next time.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's fine.
Not for distracting.
No harm, no foul.
But oh, it does
Yeah,
look
Mal,
colder,
yeah,
actually.
buddy.
You
still
kick your
look like
legs.
it's for some wind, man.
Could they perhaps do it once
But
in that
why?
direction?
No.
Sure.
Oh.
Hey, Trickster, I heard you wanted some wind
As
magic,
long as
yeah?
if you can.
Here you go.
Ew. Ew! Did you lick his hand with it?
Is that what you saw?
Kokiri can absorb,
Looks like.
if I remember correctly. Though
Yeah.
she can't absorb it from.
Then it may have happened.
I mean-
She doesn't absorb it from living beings, but the
I didn't feel any tongue like
residue of
that.
magic itself,
Does it help you?
that. She can do that.
Why should I kick my legs?
Oh. Neat.
It allows
That's
extra
actually
defense
very
I just want to
against
see if I
that
can
type of
lift them.
element.
She's very cool.
Did that satisfy you?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm disappointed in myself.
Yeah.
Man, I hate
Are you
being on
balding?
injured reserves. I want to do something.
Are you balding?
Actually, I have a question for you, sir.
By next week.
Minutes.
They work. You can all
How do
Has
you
anybody
contain that
approached
word?
you to confirm about your medical
Huh?
documents yet?
How do you contain that word?
Sure.
I am working
What do
with
you
the
define it as?
blacksmith and stuff, so.
I was meant to look.
Parts of your hair or feathers, I guess, are
I
going
will approach
away.
you after curfew then.
You have male pattern
Yes.
baldness on your
So
head.
typically
Pulling a bit
around
from between
this
the tribe. I'm
thing
attuned to it.
that we use as reference of time of 2 p.m.
Well,
EST.
You know what I mean, Bori?
That's typically.
I can't
I know
have
what
lost
you
any.
mean, but I
I
feel
only
like
got
that's
them.
Have a close
Hit
one.
the
yeah, I
room,
feel
get
like
them
that's
up, then
a very
we still
difficult
work.
concept to
Typically.
apply to a creature that's
But we'll
in a
see
state
what
of
the
physical
professor
flux.
decides.
You go do your bit. I'm gonna
I
find
guess,
out for a
yeah.
bit. It's getting close to curfew soon, I think.
I've
Like you're
lost
familiar,
many
it's not
sets of
just a little
feathers,
stuffed alligator.
and I've gotten more.
I made him a stuffed alligator. Huh?
I
Yeah.
don't imagine so, but it just
I've
to make
lost
sure
and
that
gained many
everything
sets
written
of
in
feathers.
medical is what you desire for the
Currently,
day.
I've gained more
Oh,
than I've
okay.
lost.
No, Joe.
That's good.
This is only a new set.
Hmm.
You say goodnight.
Are they gonna like fall out
Good night.
naturally?
You guys are so focused on whatever conversation y'all
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I was doing my job as Valkyrie, asking
Okay.
about if anyone confirmed his medical documents.
They just might.
You're the only one that sees it.
I've been
Second.
somehow managing to do that all day, and did not get a single spar in. Somehow.
Again.
No.
I'm so sorry. For
Yes.
Were you meant to be fighting the
I
others?
am so sorry for you that you didn't get to do it.
It is one more.
I know. I like being a part about it. It's funny. It was funny.
They would have liked us to spar each other, not fight.
What's the difference?
Fighting can be a lot more open to interpretations. It can be to the extremities or something more simplistic. Sparring indicates that there's a learning lesson.
More friendly.
Isn't sparring a
That's it.
subset of the word?
Yes, but it's more specific into like saying what you desire to do with it. When in this case is to learn something via the means of fighting.
If a fight is to overwhelm one side via outwitting or physically outdoing the other, or magically outdoing, a spar is more for practicing the fluency of the techniques than achieving a victory as the ultimate goal.
Sparring is done for testing and learning, fighting as a goal. Sparring deserves.
So many definitions.
Yeah, people have many ways to interpret the word.
All of them right, all of them wrong.
Yeah, actually.
It all depends on the person, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's what they said. That all of them are right and all of them are wrong.
For some,
That was it. That was great.
there are some
That
words.
is accurate.
There are some words that exist outside the person.
Exactly. If two people have two different definitions of spar and they spar each other, it can lead to trouble.
Yeah. But are they not both right
Interpretation
and both wrong?
of meaning.
In a sense, both of them are wrong. If it is not understood between those using the word, then it is wrong for both. It can cause harm.
Wrong how?
Because it can
How
cause
is it
harm.
wrong? What about that makes it
Both sides do not
wrong?
understand. And both sides do not understand or are not on the same page. It can lead to issues with the spar itself. One or both sides can get hurt past what they were intending because it did not match their own definition.
I mean, it
Therefore,
can, but if it
therefore, at
doesn't,
least
then
a
it's not wrong now, is it?
Perhaps, but in that instance, a communal definition should be used.
You are right. It is good to set the ground rules for what you want it to be.
And the word spar is not in and of itself a ground rule.
It's not.
No, it's not.
So it is the ground rules that define what a spar is, in any instant.
But it's also leading into what people interpret what's a fight and what's a spar. Ugh.
Muddying the waters further is people referring to some of it as more training. Some people think some.
Oh no, the flux.
Sheesh.
My bad.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Okay. Be gone, foul creature.
No.
Some people believe training falls under sparring, and that can muddy the water at some point as well.
So what is the difference between a spar with rules and a fight with rules?
Stakes, maybe?
I'd say.
Mal, what do you
Intent?
call your familiar?
Trickster.
Trickster. Can I touch your beak?
Why?
You have teeth, and that's not normal for normal birds. So I want to see what the teeth feel like on a bird that isn't
I feel
usually
like I'm gonna get
having
bit.
teeth.
That is not the beak. That is his mouth.
He has a beak and a mouth. They're a part
I
of
mean,
the
some
same
birds have teeth.
thing. Yeah, but not like that. And usually that's penguins, not parrot-looking birds.
I'm gonna say one.
Come take a look.
Geese. And swans.
Swans, sometimes.
Yeah, swans.
Sometimes.
I feel like my race will be almost ignored.
Perch his old mouth open.
Oh, you're counting my teeth.
Yeah, I keep on miscounting.
I am very.
I'll hold it still then. so the number doesn't change.
Maybe 30. It's kind of hard to count the very little ones because they're hard for me to feel and look at. But maybe 30-ish.
Maybe 30.
What's your magic?
Oh, weird looking head. Weird little bump.
What makes it odd?
You were around 3 inches away from zapping the side.
That's my new
I mean, it's just
skull.
like how a bird.
Oh.
It's the fact that not every bird has weird little eyebrow bumps like you do. Or is prominent, so it's like.
Besides, it's only.
They're also not a natural bird.
I know, but they look based off of one.
Pretty harmful.
Oh, okay. I'm really happy both of our familiars say really weird cryptic shit.
Well, he does? Why does he not speak out loud out of curiosity?
Because of what Hero is.
He's a hexapanian. Only I hear him. So only I hear his weird schizophrenic things that he says.
Is that not speaking out loud then?
No. Only I hear him.
Yeah, but I mean, typically
He speaks, but we
telepathy in
don't
the
have the
head.
capacity to listen.
Yeah, I want to hear those
So
words.
hexapanians can only speak to
They're
their
fun
own
ones.
words.
Yeah.
Got a weird little spine.
Did you find him?
What makes my spine odd?
Doesn't want to talk.
I can't tell if this is like skin. No, it's just never mind. You look like a bird that's been
Did
like
he say it?
taking out its feathers.
For 3 hours. Another
Same thing up
day,
here.
please.
It's not weird, it just looks like signs of depression.
What is depression?
Are you depressed? It's a state that humanoids get in, and it's like
I am
sad but
baffled.
worse.
I'm not. I'm letting him be.
I mean, yeah. That doesn't mean I'm.
It's like extreme form of sadness.
What?
Sadness is a key part of being alive.
I guess.
Literally
Despair?
was staring.
Sadness was invented after they invented loss.
I'm very happy you know this. And do you know the person who invented these things?
I did.
This man is.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
am
cool.
going. I'm.
My purview, unless I need to acknowledge that.
I know! Oh, fucker.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call
Acknowledge
you.
me how? Are you trying
Well, you did it to yourself. Now
to avoid me?
Shut the fuck up. I'm not in the mood.
You did though. What are
Lord, you really do talk like him. Like, you two are very similar.
I believe this is what Lippy was speaking about earlier.
Are you ignoring
Reading
me?
the
Also
room.
a fae, isn't that fantastic?
Okay, bitch.
Oh,
I'm trying to read the room, but everything's in braille.
I mean, apparently
learned
Menace's
that.
familiar is also cryptid too.
Oh, fucking.
Hero is not a fae.
Yeah, we're just showing
I didn't
out.
say that they're fake.
Okay. I'm just doing a quick.
I never said you did.
Before I go another mental breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
Another
Oh.
one.
I'm simply saying a statement.
That's true. Sorry.
I'll talk to you about it later.
Yeah. If you hear me screaming later tonight,
Is that
don't
what
worry
you
about
wanted
it.
it
I'm
to
probably
be?
gonna be with she's screaming.
I'm going over your room.
No, that was weird.
Not at him. We just usually do this when we need to blow off steam.
If
Yes.
I hear you screaming
Bird.
in your room.
It's not gonna be in my room.
Generally,
It's probably
that
gonna be
is
somewhere where you
better
don't
than
hear it.
religious.
Hopefully.
Winter,
you
just make
wanted
sure it's
to
not
avoid me?
outside. In the academy, please.
Wait, what?
Were you wanting to avoid me? Were you wanting to avoid me?
Because dealing with you would be a headache.
Blitz told you as to whether this is what you expected or
I
not.
cause you pain then.
It's about as
Frustration.
chaotic as I'd expect a place where Blitz thrives to be. If that makes
Not
any
pain.
sense.
Yeah.
I know she's kind of fun.
Frustration.
Cool.
I anger you.
No, not anger, frustration.
Whoa,
It's
that is
lax.
a cool axe.
Anger's too heavy of a
You are allowed
word.
to visit more often.
What?
Maybe.
It
We'll see what
is
my work schedule allows.
frustration.
Oh.
Of course.
Yeah, you cool? The whole bench?
It can be heavier.
Just me over here.
Yay.
Could. It's a matter of perspective and fairness.
I mean,
Sorry to squish you. Yeah, sorry to squish you, sir.
Everyone else decided to go to bed, even though
What about me frustrates you?
Yeah, it's
Riddles.
He says it is fine.
Everyone has been training very hard, at least in the first part of the day. It is to be expected that
Roundabout words.
Yeah, it's really great to
There is
hear
also
everybody.
Meaning within meaning.
Oh my goodness.
We are still going to try.
Do you like things simple then?
Is it still holding up?
I did
Do you want me to
Prefer them that way.
Short,
Do you,
to the
I'm
point.
not gonna scream again because I just did, but
Yes.
can you keep it simple with Nikos?
We also still
I'm
have
glad
the.
that
Is
yours
that your
is
name?
right as it was supposed to.
Yeah, I'm thinking of getting
What
it
was that
enchanted.
again?
Yes.
Oh, what are you thinking of?
Contraction of mana.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Right.
I'd have to lay around a lot of runes to get that word. But enchanted.
How would you like me to keep it to the point?
Have you been doing it daily?
Yeah.
I could have made a different one.
I'm very amenable.
I can make small
I
ones.
started,
my physical body.
I started making this and I learned how to sell.
I gathered that.
This is my attempt at crocodile.
So what other ways can I train up like myself? It has to be.
It's hard to really put into preciseness by simple.
You still have your reaction.
I guess more of the case.
Leadership.
You shooting myself in the foot with
Maybe you
this.
could make a little meepo man.
How you would answer him questions or statements. Same for me.
per se, I feel.
You went through training to become a leader.
Is it a fair bargain?
Basically,
That means something
And I
different
know-
for me than it does for you.
You're second in command of
You can still
Styrian.
train it.
I think
but do you understand what he means? You
I
seem
need
to have
to
gotten his words
state
what they
what he
mean.
means.
Positions in the future, if you wish.
Making an equivalence
I'm sorry.
means something different for the two of us.
I'm trying to do.
But you know what his is, isn't it? Don't you?
I know you already told me your piece, and
That's not what the words that I would be agreeing to would stay.
I understand it is a difficult habit to break,
But do you know what
The
he means?
best.
but it is one that should be broken.
I have an
For
idea.
your own health as well.
I tried to suggest some stuff for the mission.
Can
but
you
I don't
adjust
know
to whatever
if
his
it's
idea
gonna
is?
get-
You getting sleepy?
A little, I'm just laying down though.
I need him to restate it.
To the best of your abilities. To answer me if I were to ask you questions or remark statements as if you were speaking to him.
This is as expected. It is not the first
Lord,
time.
you're dancing with Meepo.
And probably won't be the last.
Are you
And
sure?
speaking to me.
I will not.
I'd say maybe to this level. Can't say that for sure, to be honest. I hope not.
The difficulty in dealing with.
Accept
not
the
hear an
terms
answer.
and adjust as needed.
You do not know what I would be trying.
Oh my god.
See ya.
Be abducted.
God damn it, I needed 5 more minutes. He never gave me an
I know,
answer.
you really did, poor guy.
I mean, he
I
did,
can't do
but then you.
well with Faye. I can't do well with Faye, dude. I can't.
You have no idea how I answer his questions. That means something completely different.
I don't care.
Oh yeah.
All I know.
You want me to answer things to the point? You should have asked for that. You asked me to answer things like I answer things to him. I don't answer his questions to the point.
Okay, but the way he understands it, that no matter what, is if you were to give someone the roundabout way, even if you were to give him the roundabout way, you have to give him the answer that he's asking. Is how he understands it.
But
Or no.
You're technically right.
Okay, let's not play this ring around a rosy. Let's keep it very simple because
Okay.
that's gonna go really
So-
far. So to keep it simple, long story short,
done,
we're gonna
please.
get it to the point where you basically have to be informative, if I remember correctly, and claritative, right? So informative, clarity, and concisive. That is not going to imply doubt for somebody else or any confusion unless they ask for further. Can we get to that point somehow?
Is that a possibility? I'm too stupid for the Fae, dude.
There's
I'm too
also the
stupid.
fact
I've stated
he
this.
doesn't even answer your questions with clarity. Because what you guys want in clarity, it makes perfect sense to him. He is answering some of those with perfect clarity, you just don't understand it.
I gathered that.
That's why I kept asking if you work with our definition, our wording of it, because you seem to have an
If you
idea of it.
want, well, what he was saying was that if you want him to work off of your definition, you need to restate that. What you asked him to agree to was to treat you the same way he treats Mal. That is what you asked. That means something different for both of you than it does for him, which is why there's an axe in me. Which is why he said,
Yeah, there is. He was
I have
ready
a
to
mirror
shove
up.
you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
What? I answered all his questions. It's not my fault he was wrong.
Okay. Regardless, though, can we get to that point where it's like
Mhm.
that, though? Can we just? Okay.
In fairness,
so
I was gonna
you're
state-
agreeing to those
in
terms.
fairness,
Yeah,
going to state
that's
next
that's
until
why I
we
was
heard the
just like,
teleport.
are you sure? Are you sure you want that agreement?
I was going to state, since he kept reiterating our definition, in my definition of simple and understanding of things, even if you think that means dumb, is how I want to be told when speaking to you for questions and statements.
See, here's the problem. He doesn't think it's
damn it, I
he
tried.
doesn't think it's dumb. He's trying to contain everything he means in very, very limited words. That is why he sounds like this.
Oh, I gathered that. I gathered I understand that as a concept in and out of character. I'm just stupid, Todd.
Well, here's the thing. How do you explain to the point to a Fae?
Man, you're asking the wrong person.
The problem is you kind of
Defense
can't.
mechanisms.
It's not just a defense mechanism.
I know.
I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to basically give you an idea, you were trying to ask an eldritch entity to get to the point. What point? What universe of points? What plane of points?
Hour, not this elongated one.
I love them. I love them so much.
I'm glad.
Cha.
Todd, I gotta
And
send
that's
you
you
the
fuck.
song that was playing on my Spotify when the Fae were hypothetically beefing.
Fucking.
I'm listening. Hold on. I'm listening to fucking Spectre. Mhm.
The only reason I learned that
This is
Europa was
worse.
Fae because I was like, I fucking hate Fae. And it's like, and Europa's like, don't say that about mine. Is yours Fae too? It's like, oh god damn it. Why is everyone getting fucking Fae?
Because they're the only ones who can read the mana veins, unfortunately.
I can read a lot more than that.
Whoa. Chill.
Oh?
Todd.
Are you willing to bet on that, Lycos?
Oh my fucking god.
I really like the interaction.
Oh yeah. Fucking as fuck-ass tries to figure out what exactly he wants to say.
To fucking turn Nico's inside out into a fine meat because I insulted
I'm
Faye.
killing them. I'm killing them.
My name is
I
fuck-ass.
do not care.
I can double check what I can double check what Europa's face said.
What are you
because if it's
tweaking
fuck
about?
Faye, I hate them.
I just reacted to you. Oh no, my out-of-character nickname for this character is fuck-ass bird.
Yes, I love Shan. I love them so. I love them
I think
so
so
much.
that motherfucker,
I was
like,
like, oh
after you walked away. After the conversation.
Love
Because
you
you just
too,
walked away
Pookie.
saying you'll find out soon. Ew.
Yeah.
Not you.
Social lobby.
I know, I just don't like hearing you say
used to
that.
play somebody
I'm not
talking-
used to hearing you say that.
I'm talking to
Fucking
Lord.
Familiar,
His
actually.
Yeah.
vacuuming is
blonde, pink.
It's so good to see
He
you
doesn't
again.
tell me all the lore stuff. So I don't know your lore with him other than you know him.
Well, that's the best part. I haven't told Ty either.
That's right.
Yeah.
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 Only NS and I know
In
the
the dark
lore.
about it.
I was like,
I made a joke and I was saying this is just a toxic alley relationship.
Love the
Oh,
lobby,
shut
by
up,
the way.
die.
The way that they acted with each other.
Die.
I actually
I like the
application at some point when the
interaction.
jobs open up again.
So,
I can-
funny thing about that, I'm reopening them this weekend because apparently a lot more
August.
people wanted to apply.
Fantastic.
I thought because I kept it open for a
Thanks
month
for
and I was like,
watching.
okay,
I'm gonna go
that
and end.
is probably enough, and then closed it, and then